So, good morning. How are you? You look good. Do you feel good? Excellent. Before I get too much into the content, I just want to say that there are 3 really, really good seats up here, if anybody would like. 4, actually. And there are 3 very kind gentlemen sitting up here as well. I heard that they're humorous as well, so it's really, really a good table. We've got 2 over here, so if anyone in the back would like to move forward, you're welcome. You don't have to do it now, but you can just whenever you would like. So today's topic is email marketing. And email marketing is actually a very broad topic. People who don't get results in email marketing, they think it's a very, very small topic. Those of us who are accustomed to getting results, we know it's a huge topic. And today, I'll try to share with you some of my experience from the email marketing space. I've worked in the space since 1995 when I did my first email marketing campaign as a chief marketing officer. And of course, this media has evolved a lot since then, but surprising to me, and I think to many others, the basics, actually, the fundamentals, remain the same. Isn't that interesting? You know, it's like human behavior. We all think we change like every 5 or 10 years whenever there's a new fad, right? People change. Do people change? A little bit, right? But it's not like they're not quantum leaping every 5 years and something goes on in the brain and then they're completely different people. They aren't. Basics are the same. Would you agree? And the same goes with any type of direct marketing, and so with email marketing as well. But to get you started, let me just show you a picture. And let me ask you if you can guess who this is supposed to be. Anyone? No clue? I know it's early in the morning. That's true. She does have an instrument. She could be a dancer. And I know I'm being completely unreasonable. This is actually supposed to look like Sherazad. Does anyone remember the story about Sherazad? A few do. Let me remind you what the story is about. So Sherazad, she lived in Arabia many, many years ago, where she was part of the harem. So the local Khalifa, he had a harem. And every night, he invited one of the girls from the harem to his bedroom to stay with him for one night. And then the next morning, he would behead that girl. And then the next night, again, another girl was invited to his bedroom, and so on. But one day, it was Sherazad's turn. And she came to the bedroom, and for some reason, she started reading a story. She probably didn't read it. She probably just recited a story to the Khalifa. And at some point, it was time to go to bed, because she wanted to get to bed early so that she could wake up fresh to be killed, right? But the next morning, when she woke up and got ready to get killed, the Khalifa, he said, no, I want you to come back tonight, because I want to hear more of your story. So that night, she came back, and she told him more of the story. And again, the same thing repeated. She went to sleep. The next morning, he asked her to come back. And as far as we know, that continued for 1,001 nights. Do you remember the story now? 1,001 Arabian Nights, yeah? So what does that have to do with email marketing? Keeping curiosity alive, very good. Anyone else? It is really early, huh? Getting people's attention, right? Finding something that people find relevant, exciting, so they want to listen to it, they want to hear more. Keep the curiosity alive, as you said. And if this was all the time we had for today, that's what I would tell you, right? Because it really is all about capturing somebody's attention, getting them to opt in, to subscribe to your email communication, delivering information that is relevant and enticing and interesting and educational, and if you're in B2B marketing or B2C marketing, nurturing that particular individual towards such time when that individual is ready to make a buying decision. That's what email marketing is all about. But unfortunately, that's not what email marketers are doing, is it? If we think about our own inbox, we have to look hard to find something that's relevant, don't we? Actually, at 5 a.m. this morning, I looked through my Gmail inbox, where thank God for Google that I don't get so much spam, or at least I don't see so much spam, which is another problem we'll get back to this afternoon. But the reality is I counted 25 emails, the last 25 emails, and not a single one was relevant for me. Some of them addressed needs that I had maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Some of them are suppliers who are trying to sell me a product I already purchased. Do you recognize that? So keep in mind what we talked about with regards to Sherazad, because that's what it's all about, and it's not so easy to do, and I suppose that's why you are here today. And today you may think that it's called a masterclass, right? Which is a bit of a difficult thing to explain. Do you know what a masterclass was originally? Well, originally it came from the world of music, where a student would come to the mentor and play a piece of music, and then the mentor would sort of mentor them, right? I'm not going to ask you to play music today. Unless you absolutely want to, then probably we could make room for that. But I am going to ask you to participate, yeah? And that's why this is a workshop. And you notice emphasis is on work. So if you came here thinking that you were going shopping, or that you could just sit back and listen, then you're wrong. I'm going to put you to work, because I think it's only fair that all of us are working today, don't you? And I also think that perhaps you will take more home to your business if you actually interact and participate here today. And I'll try to make it as relevant to each of your situations as I possibly can. So let me just give you a status. First of all, you probably heard that snail mail, also known as direct mail, is dead. Yeah? I think it died a long time ago. Media would have it as well, that email dead, in fact, is dead in 2009. Email was officially declared dead. So now you're wondering if you're in the wrong room, right? And every new baby that's born, as soon as that baby can call a social media expert, that baby is going to call the social media expert to find out how am I going to get into the social media. Because apparently, that's all that matters right now, isn't it? Open a newspaper, a magazine, a TV, radio, whatever. Everybody talks about social media, right? But social media is not what it seems to be. Let me try to summarize what I was just saying now. First of all, what people are experiencing, in fact, 95% of businesses are experiencing that social media is not working. It's a little bit like this cartoon here where the girl who couldn't talk wanted to say hi to the man who couldn't see. Nothing happened. It's not entirely true for social because companies are spending an awful lot of time and money in social and not getting any results. But they're there because they're afraid what would happen if they aren't. They're there because the people who work in marketing and communications and PR, they like to work in social media. They don't want to go to their favorite restaurant in Mumbai and talk to friends and colleagues, and friends and colleagues are going to say, so how are you doing in social media? They don't want to be the person saying, we're not in social media. Huh? We have like 7,944 likes. Sorry, 7,945 now. And you're not in social media? Where have you been, girl? But the reality is that it's just hype for most businesses right now. I'm not saying that it's going to continue to just be hype. In fact, on the 4th of August, I'm doing a social media marketing masterclass. So it's not that I'm a proponent for email or proponent for social media. I'm a multi-channel marketing guy who just happened to have some experience with these different channels. The other facts that I just want to summarize here first is that direct mail is highly efficient. It's still highly efficient. It makes sense, doesn't it? Because of email, because of digital, more and more marketers moved budget to digital, and that's what you're experiencing in India now, right? That the transformation has just begun here. That's why it's so exciting to be an Indian marketer right now. But what we're seeing in Europe, for example, is that email was on rebound for 3-4 years and it's now picking up again. So the postal authorities, wherever there's a monopoly, they were suffering for quite some time because loss of volume of direct mail is a tremendous amount of revenue for them. But now it's picking up again. And the good news for marketers is that it's very, very effective. And when I say effective, remember, effective to me has only to do with return on marketing investment. I do not give a who about response percentages. I give a who about how much does it cost me to acquire a purchase. Nothing else matters to me. I know I'm not like the rest of the world, right? Because marketers sort of shy away from accountability, don't we? They didn't teach us that in MBA school, and if they did, it was just 3 pages, and the professor hardly knew what he was talking about, did he? Because he didn't have any practical experience, so how would he know? But I tell you this, if you want to become successful in email marketing, and every single person in the room here today can become very, very successful in email marketing, because email marketing is all about experience. In fact, it's not about education. It's not about how good looking you are and how much money you have. It's only about experience. So think about return on marketing investment when it comes to email marketing activities. But email marketing is growing, but it's becoming more and more difficult to handle. And we're going to talk about some of those obstacles today, because those obstacles are not just what seems logical, things like spam, filters. In fact, that's not really an obstacle any longer. There are many other obstacles that you have to overcome to become successful. And as I just said, gaining traction in social media is very difficult. But it's true that for many types of verticals, let's say in particular B2C, right? That when you combine social and email, you've got a very, very powerful combination. That is true. But as I will say many times during the course of today, it's not really about channels, is it? Let's be clear about this. It's not about channels. It's about consumers and their preferences, business buyers and their preferences. It's about how does one person prefer to be communicated to or talked to, and how does another person prefer to be communicated to and talked to. Would you agree with that? It's not about what you choose as a marketer, looking inside out. It's really the outside in, understanding what the preferences of your target audience is. And that's why direct marketing is so incredibly difficult. Because you get the picture now, don't you? If you have to adjust your communication to sort of live up to the expectations of each individual in your target audience, you have to juggle a lot of different channels, don't you? And these channels are both outbound and inbound, aren't they? Especially with social, the whole inbound is playing a huge role, especially for B2B marketers, right? We have to juggle that, and we have to juggle all of those different channels in a multi-channel marketing environment on the outbound part. So I will say that great marketers are those actually that just take an interest in trying to accomplish that. But if I'm being honest, there are very few in the world who actually took time out to try to understand how do we reach that point. Okay. So to drive this point home, and if I didn't say that, I know I didn't, you do get access to the slides. Isn't that great? You can download them on your own computer tomorrow, I hope. Yeah? Is that okay? Excellent. Good. So email is the favorite channel for hearing about sales or other promotions. This slide is a little bit outdated, but the results are more or less the same. So you see, preferred method for hearing about sales promotions according, this is for the US. I'm sorry, that much of the research, unfortunately, is about the US, but it may be relatively similar in India, and it may not. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of knowledge about the Indian market at this time. So 64% prefers promotional emails, but notice that postal mail accounts for 25%. And in fact, that's what we know from surveys across the world, that when you ask any given demographic about preferences, 1/4 of them will say direct mail. Isn't that interesting? Any demographic, you know, whether you ask the 25-year-olds or the 60-year-olds, 25% of them will prefer direct mail. There's a reason for that, and we'll get back to that a little bit later. More people join email lists than social media. What do you call it? Social media fan pages and that type of thing, right? Isn't that interesting? I want you to think about this. Why do you think that there are so significantly more people who join email lists than become fans of brands in social media? Why is that? What? That's a good input. Thank you. Exactement, madame. Thank you very much. Very good input. And let me add one more input, because habit is second nature. Would you agree with that? So for many of us, we've spent some years, haven't we, getting used to this email thing, yeah? And now we take our email inbox with us everywhere, don't we? How many of you have a smartphone? This is actually not a phone. Let's pretend. How many have a smartphone? How many have a feature phone where you can get your emails? So everybody in the room, as far as I could see, would be able to access your email inbox right now. Is that correct? That's part of the reason, because when we got into the whole mobility space, one of the very first things people cared about is, can I get my email with me? And yes, you can, said the different software providers. So habit is second nature, and as was also said, it's convenient. We decide when we want to interact with email, right? We don't have to go looking for it, as you said. And it's anonymous as well. Nobody can see that we are subscribing to a given email list, right? Okay. So the last slide I want to show about the stats is this one. So let me just read this out to you so that you get the point. Percentage of people who say these communication methods have either increased in green, stayed the same in blue, or decreased at work in the past year. Wow. Again, email. And I didn't fabricate this, okay? You see these numbers in all the surveys that are done. Email is, again, significantly better than, for example, social media or text SMS. Let's try to relate this to India. So I have to say, I was reading something yesterday, and I was laughing out loud. LOL, it's called nowadays, right? That's like the social media jargon. I know some of it, LOL. And I know the LOL as well. That's laughing out even louder, I suppose. I don't know, but sorry about my bad jokes. Just slap me if I don't shut up at some point. In India, you have apparently legislation that says that a person can only receive a maximum of 200 text messages per day. Is that correct? 200. Yeah, that each device can only receive, not device, number, can only receive 200 text messages per day. Did I? Sorry? It has been increased. Oh, thank God. Wow, I was worried. I was thinking about moving to India, but then I realized they would only allow me to get 200. Are you kidding me? Do you realize how many text messages that is, even if you're up 16 hours per day? And these are both private and commercial, yeah? Is it fair to say that there's a spam thing going on in text messaging in India? That some people are selling databases with numbers? Yeah. So let's hope that you will work to get a legislation in place so that you have a pure permission set up for both email marketing as well as text messaging. Because what we know is if those are the conditions that you're working under in any media, it's much harder for you to get results. It's as simple as that. If consumer privacy is not respected, and if consumer preferences and business buyer preferences are not respected, they become less and less receptive to anything. And that's the big problem, even to bank statements. This is a proven fact. Or, anyways, let me not go into that. So we've established now that email isn't really dead. It is alive and kicking. It seems to be growing, although popular opinion is that it's dead. Now we've established the contrary. What I'd like to do now is just ask you to tell the rest of us a little bit about yourself, and you can just follow this outline here. You give us your name and responsibilities, years of experience with email marketing, your most important email marketing challenge right now, and please just mention one, because I think some may have many of them. And if there's anything in particular that you were hoping to take home today. And just a second, I have another slide. And while we are listening to the different, oh, that's not it. While we are listening to the different introductions, I'm going to ask you a favor. And this favor is that each and every one of you take a picture of the person sitting next to you. Okay? Now, as you may have read, I've spoken in many, many countries and cities. And in the past 2 years, every single audience has actually done this. And needless to say, I'm going to put these pictures on Facebook. Yeah. So if you don't want to see your face on Facebook, what you can just do is just hold a piece of paper in front of your head. All right? So far, one person did that, and another one, she actually colored her face, or what do you call it in English? Drew her face on the paper and then put that in front. That was actually a very popular one. So, would you like to start with the pictures?
Sure.
Thank you. And would you like to start with the introduction?
Hello, I'm Amit. I come from a company called Off Culture. We are building a multi-channel campaign management solution. And our challenge so far is to be relevant to our customers, to personalize and dynamically personalize creative. What I plan to take from here is insights of how I can improve the business.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pushkaraj Manate. I'm part of product management at SAS. And SAS is into a number of things, right, from drug discovery to defense, and also customer acquisition. So what is creative marketing, awareness. And as being a product manager, I'm here to listen to challenges, practitioners, and anything that goes as a value to my product. Thanks.
Hello. Hi, morning. My name is Sachin Bhuvad. I'm from Tata Trent Westside. I'm taking care of loyalty program. One of the key challenge in email marketing is, how do we get into the customer's safe sender list? So that's what I'll try to figure out today. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, I'm Ruchit. I'm from L&T General Insurance, and I take care of the digital marketing from L&T General. So we just happened to establish a couple of years back and putting our footprint on the board. For us, there's no challenge actually. We just want to have an insight that whether somebody should use email as a branding tool or a ROI generation tool. Thank you.
So just a second. Just before we continue, can I just address this?
Yeah, please.
Because as I said, I've taken maybe 5% or 10% of topics that one could expect to encounter in email. Branding. Yes, you can use it for branding. You shouldn't measure on that, though. And what many do not know is that every time an email is in an inbox, although it may not be opened or read, it actually can have a positive impact on brand. Does that make sense? The fact that you get into people's mind more frequently through your email communication actually is positive, even if it's not opened or clicked. But when your purpose is branding, it's very important that you have sort of a, what do you call these analysis? Conception analysis first, so that you clearly understand exactly what type of messages would you like to send in order to achieve what in the mindset of consumers. And you need to measure that. So you get a baseline, right? And then you start your campaigning specifically in that channel. And then 6, 12 months later, you measure whether that had an impact. That's the best way to find out, actually. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vinu Samuel. I'm creative director with Accentive. We run loyalty programs for companies. I've been in DM for 22 years, and email marketing I've been doing for about 10 years.
Wow.
My biggest challenge is getting Indian clients to test. Nobody seems to want to test. They just want to send thousands of mails out. And I'd like to hear more about some of these challenges and how to overcome them today.
Thank you. And 12 years email marketing experience, yeah? 10, okay. So you can help me.
Morning, everyone. I'm Joyanto Mukherjee. I'm the Dean of a mass media school here in Mumbai, known as Harkishan Mehta Institute. And basically looking at how educational institutes can benefit from direct marketing. It's just an experiment which I'm coming here and trying to understand and probably taking it back to the students and making them aware about email marketing and its growth in India.
Excellent. Let's give the man a hand. Thank you for coming. You're a man of the future.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mukul Chugh from Seshasai Business Firms Private Limited. We are one of the leading print service providers in India. And today we are here to actually learn about email marketing and add it as one of the ways as to how we promote our company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Pratyush Agrawal. I'm working with Epsilon International as a senior account manager. Our company helps clients to understand that how the database has to be segmented in the way to get the most loyal consumers on board and increase ROI for any campaign. In India, currently we are promoting email services, and we have clients like Jet Airways, Shoppers Stop, Kingfisher, Religare, and more. The biggest challenge is to make them understand that it's consumers who drive your business rather than you drive consumers.
Thank you very much. Good introduction.
Hi, I'm Ajoy Vakil, and I'm a consultant, direct marketing consultant. I'm currently focusing on the SME segment. And when I say SME segment, I'm talking about the funded ones who've got venture funding.
Okay.
And your question about this challenge, is it a challenge in terms of client, or it's a challenge in terms of email marketing itself?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay. Then for me, the biggest challenge is really the crafting of the subject line. Because I know that once I manage to get that guy to read the mail, he's going to read the whole thing, but the subject line is a big challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just address this one now? I have a little bit this afternoon about subject lines and copywriting, but specifically to crafting of the subject line, here's a little tip. I'm not a copywriter myself, but I own small businesses, and in small businesses we have to do everything ourselves, don't we? Because we don't have budget. Like the SMEs who are not funded, they don't have budget either. So what I taught myself is if an email is really, really important, right? Typically a campaign email where you want people to convert, not just a newsletter. Because I think it's still important for newsletters, but it doesn't merit spending so much time. What I do is I write 10 to 15 good subject lines on day 1. Then I revisit them on day 2. So minimum 24 hours. And then I scratch out half of those that I don't believe is going to make it. Then I do the same thing the next day. So I've now spent 48 hours. And then after an additional 24 hours, and I spend 72 hours, I come down to 2 or 3. And then I don't decide which one is better. I test it. Yeah. And the way I test it is typically, let's say it's just 2. And again, it depends on email marketing software, which type you have. But you take those 2. And you ask the system to distribute those evenly amongst, let's say, 10% of your target audience. And whenever it finds a winner with, let's say, 95%, let's call it confidentiality, yeah? 95, no, not confidentiality, confidence. Sorry, English is my 4th language, and sometimes I screw up. In fact, I screw up all the time. I really apologize about that. 95% confidence interval, so when it has found that, it sends the winning subject line to the rest of the target audience. Does that make sense? There really is no other way, because nobody knows. Even if you ask colleagues, even if you ask a professional copywriter, we love to beat professional copywriters in subject lines, which isn't hard to do because most of them are not direct marketers, right? They're more brand copywriters. Did that help a little bit? And then we'll have some examples of subject lines with actual results, both on open but also on conversion a little bit later on. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Dhanveer. I am from SR Group. I manage marketing and strategy for Aegis Limited. It's an SR company. It's into IT, ITES services. Part of my role is to do vertical specific campaigns across North America, Europe, and other mature markets for a diversified sales team. The challenge that I face is to get an ROI. Okay. How to get an ROI on email marketing, and perhaps how to link that to demand generation. Huh? How to do that. So that's something which I would particularly look at in the workshop today, how we can get a solution to that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'll go ahead and oh, thank you. I won't take your job then. Although I could use the exercise, as you can see.
Yeah.
I think, did everybody? Okay, so go ahead and let me do this.
Hi, I'm Darshan.
You want this one? Yeah?
Darshan Satoska. I'm from CM Asia,
Is that your best smile?
and I'm a research associate,
It is now. Thank you. Wow, great picture there. Ooh.
and I specialize research in marketing.
Research. Yeah.
Thank you.
And sorry, I didn't hear you.
Actually, yeah, I'm Darshan Satoska, and I'm recently joined here. It's 3 days ago, so I don't know much about the company.
Ah, okay. That's
Thank
good. That's fair talk. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello everyone, this is Akshay Jirge from Art Frontier Project. I am the architect and CEO of Art Frontier Project. It's an integrated information platform for arts, design and architecture. So I'm here to learn more about email marketing regarding how to reach the creative community across the globe.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Khyati. I'm from Trent West Side. I'm a part of the Club West loyalty team there. One of the biggest challenges in email marketing campaigning is how do you improve your click-through rates, how do you improve your effectiveness, and what is that call for action required in the email so that it drives the business in the store. So that's what I'm hoping to learn from here.
Excellent,
Yeah,
very
thank you.
concrete. Thank you.
Hi everybody, good morning. I'm Firoz Bacha here, and actually I'm a fish out of water. Let me be honest with you, because I'm a mechanical engineer who's done P2P marketing. It's always person to person as far as I'm concerned. And it's been CAPEX sales. It's high value engineering, energy and environment. I'm from a company called Thermax, which is mainly into energy and environment. But I'm a student here. I am 7 months from retirement or superannuation. And
No.
I intend to continue, or rather the company wants me to continue, thank you, for the next 4 to 5 years. And my major focus would be to get my domain knowledge of sales and marketing into the web-based opportunity generation. So I'm here to learn. I'm absolutely non-tech savvy. Thank you. That's my challenge.
Give you a hand. Wonderful. And I'm definitely going to move to India because apparently you retire at 45. That's amazing. Okay.
Hi, my name is Joel. I'm also from Sheshisai Business Firms. We are a print firm, print solution providers rather. And as a part of our job, we offer print solutions. Also, when we get such huge amounts of data, client also expects us to do email blasts for them.
Yeah, they do?
Yeah, they do.
Wow.
So when we are doing a particular communication exercise, we are also expected to do the same thing on email. So I'd like to understand better how I can pitch it to people who are not doing it from this.
So you want to pitch to those clients who don't ask you to do email marketing services,
Yes,
is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, this is Rahul Tamaskar. I work with eClerk Services Limited, and we provide various sales and marketing automation services to our clients. Primarily, I am responsible for running marketing automation services for my client, which include sending out emails and planning out campaigns. Basically, there are two parts to my coming here. One is how to help my clients achieve higher efficiencies in terms of key metrics such as open rates or click-through rates. And second is we ourselves run email campaigns for our company. So the major challenge there is getting people to open the emails. So they should not just dismiss us.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Varun. I'm from Piramal Healthcare, and I'm involved in new business planning initiatives. So I'm coming here to learn integration of digital marketing or email marketing specifically with the healthcare industry as of now. So that's my objective coming here.
Very good and very concrete.
Hi, I'm Ranjana. I'm from Urja Communications. We are an interactive agency, a full-service interactive agency, and we've been into email marketing for the last 10, 12 years, and we send out millions of mailers for all our clients every month. over here, one is to be aware of what's happening, the objective of attending this class. And the other thing is, you know, it is the same products and services that we send out the mailers month on month for our clients. How do you get into the consumer's mind to actually convert the consumer? It is maybe, you know, use mobile banking. Every month, I'm sending out the same kind of message to them. How do you differentiate the message? How do you say it differently? What is the consumer thinking, you know? How can I change his mind? That is one. Secondly, clients today have started saying, acha, this creative looks like an email, ordinary email. I mean, how do you keep making your emails more and more different? I mean, there's a format, you know, we have a lot of different kinds of creatives that we do. But now clients have started saying, make it look completely different. So what is completely different in an email? Creatively, yeah, you can make the copy up and you can make the visual somewhere else. But what is completely different? Is there anything else to it? Is maybe if we can find those answers.
Can I just give you one comment? We'll touch upon most of what you just said. But first of all, I used to own agencies, yeah. I sold them. It's too much hassle. My agency was the specialist. The customer was not. So when a client asks you or tells you to do something, I know this is about culture and it's easy for me to say, but believe me, I did it and my agency grew to be as big as it did because we had a clear standing. We're the experts. We're not told what to do. We're told what to accomplish for our clients, right? Do you agree?
Yes.
So I know money is involved and some clients don't like it, right? They just want to tell these little people, just tell them to do this, right? And then pay them some money, as little as possible, right? But to be really good, you have to take a stand with your clients.
Yeah, I agree over there. That's what we do. I mean,
okay.
The experts, we say, okay, this is how we need to do it.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to see is there really something out there in the market that we can look at doing,
yeah.
which can, you know, be different?
It has to do with tactics, yeah, and we will try to cover some of that. Okay, thank you.
Hi, morning. My name is Prasita. I work with Urja Communications. We work in the same team. I'm an account executive over there. My daily work is, you know, to get to know what the client's needs are, and you know, then get the creative done by the creative team and give the client what they require. What we're looking at is, like Ranjana rightly said, we are looking out for more ways. Client demands quite a lot nowadays, and they give us instructions. So we want to know what is there more that we can provide to the client and give them solution, saying that no, we think that this is the way that you need to do it,
yeah.
to get effective, you know, for them to grow as well.
Yeah.
So that's what we are here for.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Varsha. I'm from Urja Communication, same as Ranjana's and Prasita's team. I am just an year old in the email marketing industry. I'm here to learn more on the email practices, the best practices, the trends, and what ahead is the future of email marketing.
Okay,
thank you
so much.
Hi, my name is Francisca. I'm the copywriter at Urja Communications. And my main questions would be like, you know, how to make email sound less frivolous to the Indian market. And also, yes, a lot of gyan on the subject lines. That's that plays a really main role to capture the customer's mind.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm here for that. Thank you.
Excellent. We have a copywriter here. She's sitting down here. It's the one you want to talk to in the break, believe me. Because they're expensive if they're good. And I'm sure you are. You look very good.
Hi, I'm Swati. I am working with Urja Communication for the past 1 month. So I'm a junior account executive there. And I'm here for learning, and then how can we provide a better and effective solution to our client needs to solve their business problems, how effectively we can do this. So.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you all for participating. And I hope in the breaks and during lunch that you will take the opportunity to network, even if you feel perhaps that some of you are competing. Let's forget that today. And let's try to behave when it comes to clients, you know. So I got a lot of very good input, and I'll do my best to cover as much as possible. But I believe there is a free webinar included as a follow-up, and that's exactly why I insist on having these web seminars. Does everyone know what a web seminar is? You go online, you will hear the voice, and there's interactive chat and so on. And so we have that as a rescue, so to speak, to cover most of what we didn't have time to cover, or if anyone wants to go into more details in any particular topic, that's our rescue where we can do that. And I expect the webinar to take place, I think, around 3 to 4 weeks from now, sadly, because I have other engagements in countries where I can't rely on the internet connection. But you will get an invitation directly from me for that webinar. And if you can't attend on the date, of course, you will get access to the recording, right? Let's move on. So return on marketing investment, or return on investment, was mentioned. I prefer the term return on marketing investment, because then we can't disagree about what we're talking about, right? Where ROI is sort of a more broader term. The US Direct Marketing Association have done these surveys about efficiency for many years. And some years ago, email marketing was clear number one in terms of return on marketing investment, giving back $43 on every $1 spent. Now, these numbers have declined, so the recent studies showed $39 back on $1 spent. Number two, last time, I believe, was still search. Search engine marketing was number two. And I'll get you a link to these studies, right? So you can study it more. But I think number two was in the 22 or something like that. So according to the Direct Marketing Association in the US, email marketing is by far the most effective media. But I beg to differ, as they say in Britain, a little bit, because I've worked with many global clients. I've worked with many very, very small clients. I've worked with clients where we did everything right, everything by the book, spent 1.5 years before we sent the first email. Do you know Maersk, the largest shipping company in the world? Yeah. One of those we did not see 43, if I'm being honest, not even in year 2 or year 3. We saw maybe 20 or 25. In fact, I haven't seen any clients who consistently could get around 40, but to me, 25 is good enough. Yeah, just so that you don't go home to your boss people and say, we got to invest more because we're going to get $39 back on every $1 spent, especially in the Indian market where there are certain challenges that actually makes it more difficult to get return on marketing investment, as it would, for example, in Europe or anywhere else where there's a permission legislation in place. But what's been happening over the past 10 years is that the two metrics that most email marketers know, which is open rate, in other words, the percentage of people who received and opened the email. Remember, open can only be tracked if you're sending graphic messages. If you're sending plain text messages, you cannot track who opens. That also means if you have recipients who are receiving your graphic messages and you're using what we know as multi-part alternative, which means that the email client says, this is a graphic message, I can't read that, it will revert it to text. Did that make sense? So those who could not see the graphic would then get a text message. But for the rest, open rate has been decreasing quite dramatically. These numbers are from our own survey that we do in Europe and the Middle East, yeah? Click-through rate, in other words, the percentage of people who click on one or more links in the email, has also been decreasing. Now, if you try to decipher what is this average, it's a 30% open rate average and 11% click-through average in 2010. It's slightly less now across the board of all verticals in Europe. Don't expect that in India. I'm going to have to be honest with you. The numbers here are significantly lower than what you see here. So there's a big, big job at hand here to do certain things to win over the consumer or the business buyer again so that you can start increasing open rate and click-through rate. I don't know the averages, but my guesstimate for India is, if we look across the board, probably open rates around 10, 12%, probably click-through rates around 2 to 3%. Am I right? Yeah. That's sad news, isn't it? Pardon?
Because I write to loyalty program members, I get a little more. I get about 30 depending on what I write or what I'm engaging them with.
And so for a loyalty program, you get 13 to 14% open. Yeah, I think that says it all, right? Because that's high interest, isn't it? If you're a member of any loyalty program and you get that statement or offers or redemption, what do you call it, discounts or whatever, that's high interest. That's like cars for men and makeup for women, right? Was that funny? No, not in India. In Egypt, they would have laughed. They would be lying on the floor. Not really, but I keep dreaming. So, so the barriers here, let's look a little bit, and let me add some comments. Now, I was very happy to know that several of you have a database/segmentation/profiling interest. You see that this survey is done by eConsultancy, and again, it's Europe-wide mostly. 55% of email marketers says the biggest barrier is the quality of the email database. They made that situation, they created that situation themselves. It has to do with profiling. We will talk about profiling today and how you avoid this or how you get better quality in your database. Half said lack of strategy. Amen. Sorry, I don't know what you say in your country, but in my country, say amen when something is correct. And the problem with email marketing is that many organizations, when they start, they get some new employee, an intern or something, to do it. Say, can't you just start our email marketing? And of course, this person doesn't have experience, doesn't have the knowledge. And then we start where it's easy. We start with the tactics, yeah? So people are asking not strategic questions or questions that would guide directions. They're asking, what should it look like? Where should the logo go? And that's like deemed to failure. Strategy, in my book, is the most important thing. If you don't have direction, and that's all strategy means, remember that. Even if you're new to business, don't be afraid of strategy. Don't think that strategy is only for managers, because strategy means direction. That's all it means. Where are we going? And we need a strategy for our email marketing stuff. We'll talk a little bit about some strategic issues. Lack of segmentation, obvious, because it has to do with database, right? If we don't have the information in the database, we can't segment. It's really as simple as that. Lack of skills and training, 36%. This is Europe. This is a very, very mature market for email. The problem, again, is the mindset that many managers think email is easy. How difficult can it be just to write an email and put 3 images in there? It's not difficult, is it? Yeah, it's difficult, unless we only focus on if our success criteria is actually sending the email. Yeah, that's easy, right? But it's not our success criteria, is it? Our success criteria is to get something back, to get response of some sort. So training, skills and training, and the thing about email marketing is this is ongoing. It's not one of those things, well, give them an MBA in email marketing, and then when they come back, they're like, almost like PhDs. It's not like that, because there's new things going on all the time, in particular in delivery, the delivery part of email. Lack of relevant content. I do not believe that only 31% say that that's a barrier, because I know for a fact every single person I speak to, they say content is the biggest problem. How can we afford to create content? How can we afford to create original content? It's the same for social media, isn't it? We're all sharing other people's stuff. You know, it's the Onassis principle. He became a billionaire and married, what's her name, Jackie, right? Actually, not with his own money. He initially used other people's money to become rich, but it doesn't work like that in marketing, does it? Using other people's content all the time only makes us look unoriginal, doesn't it? Like we're just the middleman, just passing stuff on to other people. So we'll talk a little bit about content. Poor measurement and analytics, now that can be fixed. Would you agree with that? If email marketing is important, you fix this part. That means you make sure that you have an email marketing service provider or setup that allows you to measure everything you do, that allows the reports, and that allows you to measure all the way through to conversion. Many don't do that. We'll talk a little bit about that as well today. Deliverability issues, I sort of buy into that, but again, it's very easily fixed. Email technology has to do with what we just talked about, lack of budget and finances. Only 1 in 5 said that this was a problem. The people I talk to, every single one of them say budget is a problem, right? Budget can fix content, would you agree? Budget can fix technology. Budget can fix external agencies. Budget can fix copywriters, right? So, I don't know how they do these surveys, if I'm being honest. Like you, I've seen a gazillion of surveys, and if you actually are critical to the result of the surveys, very often they don't make sense, do they? Like this one. Anyhow, it's official. And the last one, I sort of buy into that. I would think it's a bigger problem, lack of senior management buy-in. It's a big one, yeah. That decides everything. Getting back to the boss people. And that requires of you, whether you're in an agency where you have to present to clients, who then again has to present to the final decision maker, or you're on the client side, right? You really have to figure out a way to sell this to the top management so that they allocate enough funds and resources to you to make it happen. And don't make the mistake that so many do. They sell it short. And what I mean by that is that, first of all, they underestimate the amount of resources you need to become successful. And then they underestimate the time you need to become successful. So working with clients from scratch, just in one market, let's take Philips, let's take Bang & Olufsen, let's take Maybelline, which is makeup. You may have it here in India as well, yeah? I knew you did. I just needed your confirmation there. Do you use it? Is it good? Do you get the emails? Excellent. I don't do them any longer, but I'm sure they're still pretty amazing. I didn't design them, obviously. So you need time. Like Pete Hines said, TTT, things take time, and often 3 to 5 times longer than we think. So if you think this is a one-year project, better plan for 3. Doesn't mean you can't overperform, right? Just means you let management know that this is a 3-year commitment. And when management asks, but couldn't we do with less? Then you say, yeah, but then I'll get less results. Or I can give you less guarantee. Does that make sense? Management wants guarantees, don't they? And that's difficult to do in marketing. It's difficult to do in sales, but you can better control it in sales, can't you? But in marketing, it's difficult because so many things are dependent on getting results. So don't sell it short. 3 years is sort of a good guideline for how long an investment period you need until you're up to a certain level, after which everything is easier and cheaper and so on. I wanted to focus on a few other things that are not in the survey. One size fits all is a bit of a problem. What that means, again, is there's no segmentation. Same message to everybody. But I got a little bit of information for you that you might find interesting. Because we all say this, don't we? You know, there are written books about this, starting with Don Peppers and Martha Rogers so many years ago with their book One-to-One Marketing, which I can highly recommend, especially for those of you who are just starting out now. I'll give you a link to the book, and Don doesn't pay me money to say this. I genuinely believe it's a very good book to get into this type of thinking. And it's the original one as well, which definitely helps. But in email marketing, it's also proven that pray and spray can actually get you results if you have a high frequency. Are you following me now? Pray and spray is also, you just take your whole target group and you send everybody the same email, right? That's pray and spray. Spray and pray. You spray the message and then you pray that somebody will actually respond. But if you're pretty sure that your target audience is okay, that they are sort of relevant to your message, when you use the spray and pray method, you just increase frequency. You make people know that you're there all the time. Now, we have a bit of another challenge with this tactic in India, which is people do not trust unsubscribe. Would you agree with that? They've been abused so many times, so why should they trust? And this is sad news, and that's another reason why we need legislation in India, not just for the Indian people, but they're the most important ones initially, but certainly also for Indian companies sending out of India, representing India, who are spamming us all again and again and again. No matter how many times we say no, no matter how many times we unsubscribe, we get that message from the largest IT companies, for example, in this country. I won't mention names, but I'm pretty sure you know who they are, right? They just don't take no for an answer. So we need that. So it's a problem with this strategy that many people would not unsubscribe like they would, for example, in Europe or the United States and Canada. But some will, right? And that's your indicator of how good this tactic is. You've got two indicators. One is unsubscribe rate. It's probably going to go up because you're going to increase frequency. You're following me so far? You increase frequency, topic is not relevant to me. It's one size fits all, therefore I unsubscribe. But you will have another measurement, which is your actual click-through rate. And what research shows from the last year is when you increase frequency over time, you triple or quadruple click-through rate. Okay? Let me give you the reason for that. I may repeat myself multiple times throughout the day. Freaking Alzheimer's, you know? But that wasn't funny either. No. Okay. Shit, I think I have to call a friend who's got good jokes at some point. People's behavior in inbox is what matters here. Would you agree? So we need to understand that. Try to think about your own behavior when it comes to your inbox. Think about how you behave when you're off work and how you behave when you're on work. How do you behave in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and if you're coming home 3 a.m. in the morning after a late night in Mumbai? Why am I looking at you? It's not because I think you would come home at 3 a.m., but so think about that, and then think about how your behavior is. What do you do first? Do you look for emails to delete first, or do you look for emails to open first? Just think about it, because we will all be different in this aspect. My experience from surveys that I've done with clients to understand consumers and business buyers is that women look for emails to delete first. Secondly, they look for emails to open, and they prioritize those because an email from the boss will be opened like now, 3 times just to be sure, you know, that we don't forget. That's women, and that's good if you're the boss, right? Thirdly, women, they look for emails to archive. You recognize this? I may need it later. Maybe somebody will ask for that email. Guys, are you following this? You know, I better archive. I'm surprised some of my coworkers in my various positions, and when I went into the inbox of these ladies, I could find in the 20,000s of emails just from 2 years. Basically everything was archived neatly into folders. Very good. So that's women. Men, however, react differently. And we scan very quickly to look for something interesting, something light. Something that doesn't involve a whole lot of work. I'm sorry, but that's our nature. And then we look for things to open. And then we get very easily distracted. So what very often happens with men is they find one email they think is interesting, they click through a website, and from there they navigate to all sorts of other places. And by the time they've finished, they don't remember where they started. In the meantime, they got 50 new emails, half of which they weren't even aware they received, even the ones from the boss. I didn't mean to look at you that way, okay? So you're following me, yeah? You need to understand this behavior, and there's an insurance company here, I know, maybe several, and an insurance company will have a very large target audience. And what I would suggest for anyone with a large enough target audience is to ask your audience, how do you use email? How do you interact? Are you familiar with eye tracking? So eye tracking is a technology that allows me, for example, to understand how you navigate a website or an email inbox. The way it's done is that some devices are put on your head, and this, of course, corresponds with a computer, and then this particular device actually measures measures where your eyes are, how your eyes navigate, yeah? And doing eye tracking studies with just 10 or 15 people gives you an enormous amount of information about how people interact with an inbox, but also how they interact with the design of your email. Am I making sense? And the investment just in these two things is going to pay itself over and over and over again, because you get some really, really tangible, concrete knowledge that can help you understand how do you differentiate, how do you design, what's important to women, what's important to men, what's important to this age group, and what's important to this age group, right? Very, very important to understand the behavior of inbox. I'm surprised when I go around talking to people and ask them, what do you know about how your audience interacts with the inbox and with emails? They know nothing. They want to talk about their own tracking metrics, don't they? I don't know, but we got 20% open rate. Who gives a who? Because you don't know how you're going to improve, do you? If you don't know people's behavior, how would you know how to get them to do what you want them to do? Are you following my logic here? I'm a little bit weird in this way, I know. I care a lot about the audience. I think most answers are actually found by understanding your audience. We talked about irrelevant content and then inconsistency. Inconsistency in the way that companies create a good email marketing program, and they have all these plans of frequency, for example, and exactly what type of content, how much content are we going to deliver. But then something happens. And I'm not talking about power outages, you know. I'm talking about priorities. The boss person changes priority. The person in charge of the email marketing program says, yeah, but I have to. No, that doesn't matter now. Just go over here and do some social media, you know. Write some stuff on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? And then they stop doing what they were doing for a period of time, and then they resume after a period of time. How's the audience going to react to that, do you think? Plenty of examples from big brand names that I work with where when the email didn't come out, on the day it usually came out, people started calling the call center to ask, where's the freaking email? Women. Prada is a good example, yeah? So women were so gotten accustomed to reading fashion tips from Prada that it was in their biological clock that every single Thursday morning they would receive the Prada email, and when they didn't, they actually called up to ask what's going on. Why didn't I get my email? Okay, does that make sense? So consistency is important, and to be able to offer that consistency, you need top level. So around 15% in cities like Mumbai and Delhi, and the tier 1 and tier 2 cities, I suppose, yeah. Exactly, and this includes mobile access, yeah? Yeah, all right. So what that means is the challenge is not as big for India right now as it is going to become as internet penetration increases. And more people can afford a smartphone or a feature phone that is smart enough to allow them to access emails and websites, right? Remember, there's a family here now. Before we were just concerned about accessing emails and inbox. Now we are concerned about accessing the email and being able to interact in the browser, the mobile browser, and get that particular person to convert in the mobile browser. Am I making sense? Yes, I'll try. It actually didn't make sense to me. So what we're trying to do, we need to be able to complete the whole transaction. So when we interact with users on the mobile device, we need to allow them that when they click in the email and go to the mobile browser, that they would be able to complete the transaction there and then on the mobile device. And what that means is your websites and landing pages and so on need to be optimized for the mobile devices. This sounds easy, doesn't it? No.
To access that a website which is heavy in content, which is having the map of entire country, elaborated map with address, house level address database. So, I mean, I believe personally that mobile platform for websites like any consumer-centric website is not working out in India. The kind of hits people get and the time spent is very important. If somebody is spending less than a minute on a website, it's not making any purpose, any purpose for a marketing manager of a particular company.
Yeah.
So he should spend more than 2 minutes. This is what my assumption. So if I'm using my mobile phone, browsing, going through a website, I will get a call within a minute. If I'm a marketing person and a busy person, I will definitely switch over to that particular call. I will not use my phone to access that. So
Yeah.
mobile versus proper web, desktop, laptop, and a tablet version of that particular segment, there's a huge difference in this kind in India, especially.
I agree, and thank you so much for sharing that information. But reality is this will change, right? Because if we look at markets where the internet penetration is even 60, 70%. In Scandinavia, as you probably, well, you may not know that, but internet penetration, broadband-wise, is like 70% in Scandinavia, and overall it's more than 90%, yeah? And I don't think this is going to happen in India over the next 2 or 3 years. Maybe it's going to take 10 or 15 years. Or who knows, maybe the government suddenly decides that this is a competitive factor and they make it happen. We've seen that in Iran as a good example where the government went in and said we need to have much more affordable solutions also for mobile. So anyhow, but you need to think about how does your website or your landing pages or your blog or your e-commerce solutions, what do they look like in a mobile device? Yeah? And you correctly said you got to make it easy for people to navigate and to complete the transaction in that space as well. I'm not sure when the break is supposed to be because I see, does anybody have a program? No? Sorry, I should have had a program, but it was changed, so that's why I don't have it. So think, 10:30, and what time is it now? It's 10:45. Okay, so I guess it's break time in 2 minutes, but we started a little bit late as well. So what we have to remember when it comes to not just mobile in terms of smartphones and feature phones, but also in terms of, what are they called, tablets, right? iPads and stuff like that, is that the finger is the new mouse. And if you think this has impact on how you design your email, you're right. You have to think about how do I design all of my email templates to be optimized to the many different devices that people are going to access it on. And then you have to ask yourself, do I have an email marketing service provider who can offer the technology that will allow me to detect that you are now using an iPad, you're now using a smartphone, you're using a feature phone. Does that make sense? You need some software that will help you serve up the content so that it renders properly and is optimized for each of these different channels. We'll talk more about that this afternoon. So it's break time now. I just have one question and one favor to ask before the break. Who just arrived and did not have their picture taken? Could you raise your hand? 3? Okay. Where's the camera? Hold on, I'll find the camera. It's here. Since you're an old-timer, would you explain to them what we do and why it's important? So while they're doing that, and before I ask the favor, because I need them to have completed before I ask the favor, let me just tell you why I try to make jokes all the time. Would you like to have that story just before the break? You see, ever since I was very small, I noticed that the guys who got all the attention from the girl were either very good looking or very funny. And since I couldn't afford plastic surgery, I decided I have to try to become funny. And so one day I was in London and I saw this poster that says London School of Humor. money-back guarantee. So how can you go wrong? So I called Victoria, my wife, and said, I'm going to attend. I'm not going to come home. I'm going to attend. And there's a money-back guarantee, so don't worry about the money. Because women worry about the money all the time. Regardless how many you have, they still worry. So I took the course, and after the course, I was pretty sure that I just aced it, right? I thought I was like really, really funny. So I was traveling somewhere in the Middle East one day, and Victoria, my wife, she called and she said, we got this letter from the school. I said, well, open it. And I was certain it was like an invitation, thank you very much, an invitation to come back to teach or something. And she was opening. I said, so what's in it, Victoria? Come on, come on. She said, there are 2 letters. Oh, really? Oh, great. Okay, what's the first one? She says, here, as we promised, is a check for the full amount that you paid since you did not pass the course. I was shocked. Like, you know, at the point where you almost have a heart attack? That shocked. And then when I came to my senses again, I asked Victoria, but what's in the other one? And she said, yeah, it says, and here's another check to make sure you never come back. So I still have the dream, and that's why I'm so sorry that you have to go through this with all my bad jokes. I hope you'll do me a favor, and this favor is that we do a group hug. You do that in India, I'm told. Before all breaks, everybody hugs. Ah, okay. No, it's not that bad. It's a group photo. Let's do that. Get some content. And we find some place where there's good light, like right in the middle of the, no, that wouldn't work. We need a backdrop. Okay, so we'll stand over here. Come on. And then we'll have a 15-minute break. So, and we'll get somebody to help us take the pictures. And ladies, we don't have time for the makeup thing. That's why I call it a group hug, because we have to be try to be a little bit compact. And then I'm going to have to ask the favor from this. We will get more likes on Facebook. So what do we say? Cheese here, or what do we say? Cheese. We need a few more to be on the safe side. Okay, that didn't, yeah. Okay, one more, just to be safe. Just be safe. Please, one more. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you so much. Beautiful. So 15 minutes. We'll start up again. You have enjoyed the short break. And for those of you who are getting coffee, just go ahead. Don't take your time. But while everyone is getting ready, let me just get started a little bit here. So one of the big problems with email marketing and email marketers is that people are very confused. They very often don't really know which way to go. And that is not just on the offset when they actually begin developing their program. It's very often also when they're in the middle of it. And there's a very good reason for that. Remember we talked about strategy? Do you remember we talked about lack of strategy? Anyone? If you remember we talked about lack of strategy, that's the reason. There's no particular purpose. So what that means is if some junior, or it could be a senior person as well, is in the middle of creating email marketing, the person has lost sense of direction suddenly. And then just sort of starts making things up as he or she goes along, which is very dangerous. I think one of the reasons why the people that are successful in marketing are successful is because they're constantly driven by purpose, right? They don't shy away from that purpose at any given time. And everybody in the team knows exactly what the purpose is, and they know what the objectives or goals, if you will, are. So what I'm going to give to you here is what the purpose of email marketing is, and then I'm going to give you 5 minutes to write up your purpose. That's right. as they say in the United States. That's right. I want you to write your purpose for your email marketing campaigns. Did that sound great? No. Well, if I was in Georgia, they would kick me out now. Believe it. So the purpose of email marketing is to acquire, convert, sustain, and grow customers. I want you to think about, before you write your purpose, and I'm going to give you a little song whilst you're writing your purpose, I want you to think about that first part of the sentence. To acquire, convert, sustain, and grow. Would you agree with me that that's at least 3 different tasks? Thank you. So we are on the same page, you and I. And that means we have to split them up, don't we? So that each purpose needs to be given its own life, right? So remember that you need to differentiate your purpose depending on whether you want to acquire, convert, sustain, and grow your target audience. The latter part of the sentence, the part in green, says, whom then in turn will attract other customers through referrals. Everybody's talking about viral, aren't they? In some countries, they call it virus. I want to create a virus. Virality is something we bought into because primarily of social media, right? Before, some people were very hyped up about what we called refer a friend. Do you remember them? Or MGM programs, member get member, right? But for email marketing, you need to bring this into play as well, because if you can manage to get people to recommend to others what you're sending in your email, whether that be just content in newsletters or actual campaigns, price-driven campaigns, then it's going to be very, very effective for you, and it's going to help you also grow your subscriber list organically. And when you grow your subscriber list organically, you will find, if you compare those that you paid money to acquire, those that you got organically through recommendation, that the latter group is going to be much more productive. Does that make sense? They came of their own free will. They understood exactly what you're all about, and it was recommended by a friend or a colleague. And for that reason, trust was no longer an issue. But what I want you to do now, and I'll give you a song and approximately 5 minutes to write this down. I want you to put a purpose to your own email marketing. And you can do that just by writing, my purpose is to acquire more customers. But maybe you should go a little deeper than that and say, my purpose is to acquire more customers, and I want to do that through the following means. Or if you want to set goals, you could do that. You could say, my purpose is to acquire 2 new customers each month. You following me? Just think about the purpose. Think about direction. Think about something that you, don't worry about us. We'll try to stay quiet for a while. Just let us know when you're done. Yeah. Okay. So just do your best. And there's no correct or incorrect way to do that. Just follow your logic, yeah? Because this is actually just about logic. And I'll give you a song in 5 minutes. Go ahead and start.
I was almost about to lose my faith. Feared it was too late. But then you came along to my surprise. trying, couldn't work it out. But then you came along to my surprise, and made my frozen mind come alive. You took me right out of the blue, simply by showing that you love me too, only by giving me your everything.
For 30 seconds, I'm sorry. So, did you get something down? Who's very comfortable about what you got down on paper? You are? So, would you stand up, please? So you get to go up here and tell us about it. Yeah, let's give my hand. Yeah. Yeah. Woohoo!
From our side, what I thought makes sense for email marketing is the first thing is educate from my products and services. Education is important. If the person understands what you're trying to sell, the probability he'll buy is much higher. The second thing is to connect. There's so much clutter. If I can use the email marketing to connect with him, I think that works. The third thing is to convert into paying customers. It's no great shake that he signs up on my account and I'm happy that I've acquired a click or a customer. He has to pay for my products and services, a paying customer. And the fourth thing that I think the marketing works for me is ask him to contribute as feedback towards product development. Very few companies actually reach out to end customers asking them, what are the issues that you face with on a day-to-day basis. So that becomes a positive feedback cycle. So these are the four things I think that works for us.
Very good. I particularly liked your last comment about reaching out and asking people and getting that feedback cycle going, especially if you take the information that you get and pair it with your profiling so that it adds to the profile of each person. So if you're asking them preference questions, for example, would you prefer blue or red? A person says blue, you add that to that person's profile and can use it as a segmentation criteria later. That's where this really, really matters in terms of email marketing. Well done. Because of time, I would have liked to hear everyone, because I saw many of you really got a lot of good stuff on paper. But we don't have time, unfortunately, for that. But what I do recommend is that you don't throw your notes away from today. And maybe after the convention, give it a few days, force yourself to sit down an hour, not just with your notes from this particular day, but for all the days that you're attending. Force yourself to sit down and look at your notes and then try to decide on 2 or 3 areas of priority and then talk to your team, yeah? Because then you can put to action what you came here for. As you probably know, most seminar, workshop, masterclass, convention participants, when you ask them a month later if they managed to put anything to practice, they sadly say, no, because I have so much other stuff to do. And if you ask, why the hell did you go? Well, we have to go 10 days each year. Not in India, of course, but in South Africa. By the way, did you know that you speak like South Africans? Or they speak like you? You don't say here, you say here. Have you noticed that? Okay, so it's just an observation. So I'm trying to speak like you. Did you notice that? Trying to understand my audience and behave like them. Not behave, I mean, so speak like them at least, yeah. Okay, there'll be more exercises to come, but let me just continue down this path. So remember to set your purpose. And there's another thing we need to understand. Who defines spam? Now remember, I'm an advocate for permission marketing. Regardless of whether you have a legislation in place in India right now, I think there's only one way to become successful in email marketing, and that is to send to people who have given an active consent They have filled in a form, they have talked to a call center, they've talked to a sales rep, they've visited you at your booth at a trade show, whatever, and say, yes, I would like to receive communication from you. The reality is, I'll show you a slide in a moment, but the reality is that the response you get is so much higher when it's permission-based or consent-based, if you will. So let's imagine that you are actually sending only to those who have given you permission. Who defines spam? It's an easy question. Maybe I'm putting it up like a tricky question. It's not. The customer, exactement, monsieur. The customer defines what is spam and what is not. We have to remember that. Even when the legislation is in place in many countries, they think that it's all about legislation. It's not. It's not about whether you break the law or not. It's about what does the individual feel about the communication that that person receives. And remember, what we'll talk about a little bit later is the content concept and developing your email marketing value proposition. But there's a contract going on between you and a recipient. Isn't that right? When you read on a form, this is what I'm going to get, and you don't get it, or you don't get it with the frequency that they had promised, then the contract is broken, isn't it? And that's the time when you unsubscribe. And people actually cannot differ between unsolicited emails and consent-based emails when it comes to deciding what is spam and what is not. Does that make sense? If it's not relevant to me, it's spam. That's how people. So remember to do what the little kid is doing there in an early age. He got it, yeah? Me want consent. Get consent from your people, and remember the contract that you make with them at point of sign up is for real. So try to not overpromise as much as you can. Yeah. Yeah.
Another way of doing it is actually asking them specifically in the form saying, you know, you're becoming my subscriber, fine, but, you know, do you also want to sign on?
Yeah.
So in the Indian context, the first one seems to be market practice just now.
Yeah.
The certain regulators and maybe even, you know, the whole regulations are sometimes the compliance officers are making you do the second one. What's your experience of that?
My experience is I've tried everything with so many different clients. My experience is as long as a person knows what's going on and what's going to happen, then it doesn't matter. But that's difficult if it's just part of a flow, and especially if they have to untick something, right? Because very often they just think, oh, it has to be there. That tick mark has to be there, so I better not remove it, you know? Make sure that people know what's going on, so that they know what to expect. But there's another thing is, what happens next?
So you acquire very few customers on email in India because if you go the second way, you make it pointed to them saying that only if you tick you're going to become part of email this, you acquire very, very few customers.
Da девушка, я знаю. That's Russian and means, yes, lady, I know. But what matters most? Is it quantity or quality? Who thinks it's quality? Who thinks it's quantity? Nichivo is the Russian for nobody. So there we have it. We need to shy away from this insane focus of quantity and quantity and quantity and not care about the quality of what we put into that database. This is a global problem, really, that we cannot have a conversation where we talk about, I have all the CMOs in my target audience subscribed to my newsletter. No, no, no. We have to talk about, I have 17,000 CMOs subscribed to my newsletter. I want to get to 20,000 before the end of the year. And then somebody says, but there's only 18,000 in the country. Well, then I'll just change their titles, and so I can meet my objective. Naturally, because there's a critical mass element, etc. But let's focus on the quality first, and then quantity after. That's not what's going on now. It's reversed. Well, in fact, I think many don't even think about quality. Needless to say, some of you here do because you're very much about database and stuff like that. Yeah, but thanks for asking, and it's a very good, good question as well. And I also have to say, I have my opinions, and they're not always right. In fact, there was one time in 1972 where I made a mistake. Okay, my jokes really don't work here, because that one has worked everywhere until now. I'm gonna write on Facebook at lunch that I'm gonna kill myself. Maybe I'll get a lot of likes and shares on that one, yeah? Pardon? Sorry? No, I have to be after, because there's a contract, you know. So otherwise they'll sue my wife and children. So you get this one. I don't want to go through this. This is just a survey that surveys what consumers believe is considered spam. And there's a difference. This surveys APAC, North America, and EMEA, as you can see. But you can go through it when you get the slides, not to spend time. The number two, the two first ones are emails that intend to trick me into opening. So that tells you don't try to trick people in the subject line. And that's why copywriting for subject line is so difficult, because it's actually not difficult to write a really, really compelling subject line. Right? Would you agree? Just think about how would you write to men, how would you write to women? Yeah, I think every single person in this room could come up with a very, very compelling subject line. But if we disappoint people when they actually open by finding something else, something other than we promised, then it's not going to work. And the second one is email is of an offensive subject matter. And believe it or not, even for senior citizens, Viagra is offensive. Yeah, okay. So, right, let's move on then. So what we are looking at here, let me just try to explain that. We're looking at a slide that shows a campaign that was split in, this is actually a campaign done in Europe. It was split between a non-permission and a permission-based database. And what you're looking at here are the highs and lows. And you have the open rate here, so let me explain. Non-permission-based high was 23.20%, whereas for the permission-based high, it was 44.30%. Click-through rate, the highest was 3.10%, whereas for the permission-based, it was 40.30%. This was B2B. Would you agree a very significant difference in click-through rate? But then there's another interesting thing to learn from this, which is the opt-out rate. It was only 0.60%, which is actually quite high for a non-permission-based email campaign, but it was 0.90% for the permission-based. So many people say, well, that's not good, but it actually is, because it shows that people trust you. They will unsubscribe because they expect that you will respect them. Whereas for the other one, although I still think this is very high for a non-permission, 0.60%, the opposite is the case. So this was just to drive the point home that permission-based audiences react much better to what you're sending than non-permission-based. And that also means that the trend that is, it's not a trend, it's been here for a long time. In India, you purchase lists all the time. You don't necessarily build your own in-house list. You buy from others constantly. It's not a very good idea if you want results. It's a very good idea if you want reach, or if you want to find new customers for a new product, for example. It may be the way to start, but it's never, ever going to deliver very significant results. I know because I've seen the result of many campaigns in the Indian market, both B2B and B2C, and it ain't working. Of course, the problem here is it's an investment to build your own list, isn't it? So how do we get that money? Well, we're back to the plan, aren't we? We're back to the strategy and then the longer perspective of what you are doing in email marketing. And being creative, I'll show you some examples of that as well. So another thing is there's too much focus on creating pretty emails. I'm not saying this email is necessarily bad because I don't know the results of this email. And in my book, that's all that counts. But I know for a fact that most people, when they're in the process of designing an email or an email campaign or email newsletter, that's where the focus is. The prettiness, the design of the whole thing. So for that reason, I'm just going to tell you why it's not such a good idea to focus so much on the visuals. I'm going to do that by just summarizing what the top 2% of marketers in the world, they do and what they focus on. But before I do that, I have a question. And it's supposed to come here. I'm going to show you two images. And I'm going to ask you to tell me whether you think each image is sexy or not sexy. And you can do that just by raising your hand. Okay? I'm going to show you two pictures, and here's the first one, and please tell me if you think this is sexy. Who thinks it's sexy? No, but you have to decide based on each picture. No, I'm not going to make that easy. Well, nobody thinks this is sexy. That's interesting. That's the norm. So the next one, imagine any color you want. Who thinks it's sexy? A few more, even if not everyone thought that this was sexy. Yeah. The thing about this particular image is that Dieter is a German guy. He's sitting in the car. He's been sitting there now for an hour. Outside the picture, there are three girls, Ilse and her girlfriends, because he promised them to take each of them for a ride when he got his new car. But he's been sitting there for a while. He's pretending that he's preparing the car for the ride. But reality is it won't start. It won't start. And why won't it start? Because the engine is in the other picture. That was a good joke. You were funny. You are funny. I'm going to have to learn some funny tricks from you. Exactly. Well, it's not because it's on the other picture. It's because the engine isn't working. There's a little thing inside this highly computerized motor that just isn't working. And for that reason, the car can't start. And the essence of what I'm about to tell you about the top 2% of the marketers is that their focus is more or less strictly on the motor. What that also means is that employees in companies like this, they do a lot of boring work, or what most of us perceive to be boring, like databases and caring about audiences and flowcharts and stuff that I'm going to tell you about now, and not so much about the visuals. So let me just summarize. This is according to a Harvard study, by the way. So they focus on the target group and the needs of the target group. So it's not just understanding whom is my target audience. It's actually what do they need, what do they want from us, which problems do they have that we may be able to solve. They work very actively with their content. In email marketing, what that means working actively with content is not just having a good content concept, which I'll teach you today, but it's also understanding what people react to. How many of you are tracking your emails? How many of you have tracking and can say what happened to the email you send out? Holy macro, that's only about half of the audience, and maybe some of you don't know because you work in a different field. But reality is, if you ain't tracking what you send out, you're blind. Can we agree to that? Because then you don't know what's working. Those people we are talking about here, what they do after every single campaign and newsletter sent out is they sit down to try to understand who liked which content, who did not click on our most wanted responses. Most wanted response is MWR. I'm going to refer to that again later. Most wanted response. In every communication, there might be 2, there might be 3, there might be 4, but a maximum of 5 most wanted responses for an email marketing campaign. You following me? Yeah. So because we want to focus, but we don't have to focus just on one. I find that between 3 and 5 is what works best, actually, but it depends on how well you know your target audience. So working with content means having a good editorial plan for your content concept and then tracking what's going on with the content. And remember that one piece of content served up with 2 different headlines is going to produce 2 different results, right? And what we know is if the headline is improved, so will the attractiveness of that particular piece of content improve. Let me give you an example. This morning, hotel, I'm staying here. They have a daily newspaper in the hotel, probably called the Leela News. Creative title. And in today's Leela News, which if I'm being honest, I only read the headlines because I'm a man. And then I was looking for pictures because that's what men do. We don't actually read. And not just pictures of girls, also cars. Interesting headline says monsoon. It says treats. But I read that as threat. Again, my English is appalling. Also in written English. Monsoon, I read it as threats, but the thing is, this headline talked about something that I'm not interested in. I'm going to be inside a hotel for 2 days, and I'm going to go to Hyderabad. Well, I'll be in an airplane and in a university, and I'm going to come back to here and be in a hotel. I actually don't give a shoot about what's going on outside. This was trying to sell me some delicious stuff that I can get right here in this hotel. Do you think if this headline was changed to new delicious food, colorful, exotic, something with superlatives on that is non-fattening, Michael, then I'll be racing down there, right? So if anyone wants to read about what's going on at the Leela, then you can. So think about that. Just because a piece of content did not work in one communication doesn't mean that it won't if you make slight alterations. And that's what makes this quite difficult. Align the sales processes with the customer's buying process. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on. Then experimentation. I believe I've become relatively good at marketing, not so much because of the many years I've spent in the industry. I started when I was 3, just for your information. More because I was in environments that allowed me to experiment even when I was very young working for Carlsberg in the Philippines. I was lucky to have bosses who inspired me to try something new, who didn't say, we've tried that before, it's not working. Do this instead. Who didn't tell me what to do, but let me figure it out for myself. So I made a lot of mistakes, a lot of bad investments, but thank God I've learned from them. And every single person in this room can become the best at what you do if you have an open mind to experimentation, and if you create a culture of experimentation, and that's the hard part. Because the boss people, sometimes they don't know jack shit, pardon my language. So they're on the defensive all the time, and they go by what they know. Do you recognize that? Because that's the safe side. They don't want to take risks, because then their job may be at jeopardy. So create a culture of experimentation is what the best do. Return on marketing investment, as we've talked about, is central. And here's an important one. Use flowcharts for every single campaign. I mean by that, of course, not use flowcharts, but create flowcharts. There are so many details involved in just a normal email marketing campaign that if you don't flowchart it, something's going to go wrong. Would you agree that you need to test everything before you go live? Well, real men don't test everything before they go live. But then again, real men get sacked and are without a job. And if they have no job, they have no lady, right? So life is really bad. So maybe one day real men will learn to test. Yes, you got to test. Even if you think you tested that link, you got to do it again when you actually send it out in a live environment. And you need to make sure your email marketing service provider can provide these facilities for you to test everything before you go live. So flowcharts is fantastically important for any digital marketing, or I would say any marketing activity, really, because there's so many details involved. How many of you are communicating in other languages than English? Yeah? Only English? No. Why not? Shame on you. Don't you know that audiences react 10 times better when they are spoken to in their natural language? Are you kidding me? You got to demystify. Is this a Hindu speaker? Is this a, you have so many languages, pardon me, I don't remember all of them. What is the prioritize, the mother tongue of this person, yeah? Doesn't mean you need to accommodate for all, is it how many, 19 official languages? Something like 16? Okay, they cut it down. No, my information, just Wikipedia was wrong. Maybe your resources wouldn't allow for that. But then at least find maybe Urdu is a big language, Hindu is a big language, etc., and then offer those speakers and then the rest English. And you will see your response go up immediately. If you can't afford that, here's a trick. Because I'm faced with this problem every single day. And we don't have resources to communicate in all these different languages simply because of content. Can't afford translations, can't afford original content. So we just customize or localize the subject line. and then we use 1 or 2 sentences to explain why the rest of the email is in English or in Portuguese or in German or in French or whatever it may be. Does that make sense? Now you're given an explanation why I'm not communicating to you in the way that you prefer. And I know Indian people are excellent English speakers, probably the best in Asia. Actually the best in Asia and Europe, because the British, they don't really speak English actually. It's very difficult to understand. So, yeah, never mind. Yeah, so localization, language, important, and get that into the profiling and see your response go up. Explain why you're doing what you're doing so it makes sense to people. And they know that it's not because you don't prioritize them, it's simply a matter of resources or whatever the case may be. Yeah, and I would then definitely recommend to go all the way through. Yeah. Unless you say you only use a little bit of explanation why you're not serving up this content in Hindu, right? But no, you're absolutely right. Very good point indeed. Go all the way, yeah? You can't just Hindu here in the email and then everything else is in English. That's like, this is not working for me, right? But it doesn't really require a lot of resources because I'm sure in any team you will have a Hindu speaker and Urdu speaker. What are the other big languages? Huh? Hindi. Oh, sorry. Exactly, yeah. So, but consider it, and believe me, I don't even need to test this. I know you will get better results, and I think it's logic to you as well that you would. Yes?
Translate the entire campaign in Spanish.
Oh.
So Argentina and Peru. So of course when they come to our website it's English, but what we realized was that the buyers get affinity when they have their regional language come in. So the response rate is much higher if you speak in the regional language. So even in Saudi Arabia we have it in Arabic, but when they come to the website it's in English.
Okay,
that's fine.
That's B2B, right?
That's B2B.
Excellent.
But they get more affinity with the localization of the language.
Yeah.
So even if the website is in English, that's
Oh,
fine.
good. Thank you for sharing that. But I think, again, there's a difference here between B2B and B2C. And I think if you're selling technology or something like that where it would be natural to communicate in English, then that model definitely sounds like a good model. Localized email, and then you have the landing environment in English. Yeah.
Being in the tier 1 cities. So that again plays to the mindset if a person is using an email that whatever B2C product is being promoted, it has a premium attached to it. So that's...
And those are good, and this is knowledge that I do not have at this point in time because I haven't spent so much time in the Indian market, but those are very good points. But do remember that the internet penetration scenario is going to change. It has, in fact, changed very much over the past 3 years in India. And so maybe suddenly you will find an explosion of people who could not afford the premium that it is now, but sort of enter at a lower price point. And so you'll go from, 400 million people online or whatever it is to maybe 600 million or, no, it's not 400. Could it be 400? Oh, it's 100 million. We are 5.5 million people in my country, so that's like a lot of people.
To come to your point, most of the emails come in English. Yes. I got
Yeah.
Plan your marketing campaigns according to regions.
Yeah. But one starting point, and this is definitely good stuff to talk about over lunch, one starting point could be to try to profile customers and potential customers. Simply ask them, which language would you prefer to receive information in? And then give them the option of Hindi, English, and maybe one more language, whatever. Pardon? Yeah, exactly. Then give them those options, and then maybe test it, commit to it for a period of time where you would spend extra resources naturally because you'd have to juggle many languages. By the way, about translation, and I understand why you're doing what you do, but we also know that very often when you just translate directly from one language to the other, that new original actually becomes pretty pathetic. Yeah, so, so it's definitely advisable, if this is important to you, to spend a little bit of money on a copywriter who can improve the translated version. Don't ask copywriters to necessarily translate, because that's probably going to be way too expensive. But then at least give a copywriter that new version in Spanish, for example, and ask the copywriter to tune that to the Peruvian market or the Argentinian market or whatever. Good. Let me just go through the last 2 points here. We talked about testing, so we don't need to talk about that again. But offer comes first, or the message comes first, and then creativity, not the other way around. Too many email marketing campaigns are done in the reverse, which means somebody sets up the email to look nice, and then people fill in text afterwards. So the design is actually controlling the message. That's not the way to do it. And then differentiation of messages, we talked about that, and don't leave anything to chance. So those are the components, the most important components of what the top 2% of marketers in the world do. And would you agree with me, there's nothing here that you couldn't do? Okay, you're careful people. Trust me. You could do most of these things. The very hard one to get started is a line sales process with the customer's buying process. That could require some resources. But it's not something you would need to do all the time. You could sort of do that every now and again to make sure that you are aligned. So the idea for most email marketers that I meet, at least, is to go from wasted to wanted. In other words, from this one-size-fits-all, uncontrolled approach to, which you see in the lower left part of this diagram, and then step by step go all the way up to where I call it customer lifecycle marketing automation, but we can just call it very relevant and very engaging communication, where timing is also in play correctly. Yeah? And to get from the lower left part of this slide to the right-hand corner is not something anyone does in 2 months or 6 months or even a year. I think for most companies, this is a journey that takes 2 to 3 years at least. Obviously, some would be able to put more resources into it faster and could get there faster. But a lot of this is actually data-driven. Now, you get this slide, and then you can see the different components at play. My experience, if you start with the database and profiling of your audience, that would be the right start. Once you master that, the rest is a piece of cake. It really, really is. But the problem is most don't want to go there even. They want to talk about the fun stuff, you know, the creative and the text and the content and so on and so forth. So we'll try to cover some of these elements here. So we do call them email marketing audits. And an email marketing audit is where a consultant goes into a client with the objective to find all the things they do wrong, beat them up, and get paid for it. It's a fantastic job, actually. And when we do these, we have 15 components. In fact, we have 22, but the 15 are sort of the standard components. I'm going to try to touch a little bit upon some of these today, especially the content concept, the value proposition, a little bit about acquisition, and then at the very end today, before we stop at 10 o'clock tonight, okay. We'll talk a little bit about design and the more tactical stuff. Let me just skip this, this part. Yeah? In English, yeah. Yeah. In general, I think everything should be tested because I couldn't tell you whether it would work or not. I do see one little issue here when it comes to putting the local language into the image. Pardon? Yeah, so yeah, if you're in the safe senders, on the safe senders list, they would see the image, otherwise not. So there's still an additional step they have to take before they actually see the local language. So, but test it, you know, like always. But I do have to say that in the combination with a line of text or whatever, it would probably work better. Probably, I'm saying, because I can't know when it's not tested. I want to put forward to you just a few thoughts about changes in buying behavior. First of all, trust is critical. It's becoming more and more critical. The internet has brought that to the people because so many transactions take place in a digital space, which means so many consumers and business buyers encounter companies they never heard about before for the first time online. And then they have to make a decision because there's a compelling offer, right? So trust is everything. Trust is everything in email, it's everything in any other type of marketing today. Somebody mentioned clutter before, it certainly is. If you're looking at Europe, we are overwhelmed by more than 100,000 words and 34 gigabytes of information on a daily basis. In case you don't know how much 100,000 words is, it's a lot. It's a lot that the brain receives. And the average time spent on a task before being distracted or switching to another is only 3 minutes and 11 seconds. For women, it's longer. Women are, it's really true. I don't say that to be friendly with the women only. I'm stating facts here. I'm being serious. Women are better at focusing on getting something done. They're not as easily distracted as men are when men are in front of the computer. So for women it's longer, for men it's actually not as long. But think about it. That means you're doing something on your computer, for example, and you allow yourself to be distracted every 3 minutes and 11 seconds. I mean, that's pretty scary, isn't it? But it's because we have so many things. Oh, there's a Facebook message over here, and here's something on Twitter, and here's a Skype, and here's a news. India won cricket against England. Or whatever, right? Gotta read it, gotta see the highlights, you know, and then we go back to do the very, very important job we had to do for our boss 15 minutes later. So it is a problem. We used to say that on average we were exposed to 3,000 advertising messages per day in industrialized countries. That doesn't mean that I think non-industrialized countries didn't expose a lot of advertisement to people either, because outdoor is certainly very, very big. That's what we know about emerging markets, that outdoor is very dominating in the landscape. New research shows that 6,000 advertising messages are put consciously, we are receiving them consciously or subconsciously every single day. Now this is a pretty decent room, because when you look around this room real quick, you don't actually see a lot of advertisements, do you? And I also noticed that almost none of you have emblems or logos on your clothes. Whereas if we were in Egypt or in Saudi or in Denmark or in Sweden right now, we would see logos everywhere, right? On the clothes, on the bags, it's on the walls, etc., etc. So what I meant to say by that is usually in a room like this, you'd be able to spot between 200 and 500 advertising messages. But we don't think about it, because we don't necessarily register it consciously. So what that means for the brain is that the brain is changing. So we talked about people before, that people are changing very slowly actually. And basic remains the same. But because of digital and because of mobile, the brain had to develop some new skills. And that is the filtering mechanism has been improved. So when you're marketing to your business buyers and consumers, they are now equipped with a much better filter. It's a filter that is there to help them save time, help them not waste time, and help them find what they need. Help them solve their problems quicker. Am I making sense? So there are 3 questions. Yes, go ahead.
Between your last few slides and this one, which I feel is very important, you said some time back that you need to take consent from your customers, you need to buy in, you need to being a email savvy person, gets 250 mails a day to manage at times. I will not have the intensity or the intent to get back to whoever's reaching out to me and say, yes, you're okay, do this for me. I hardly remember having done that.
Yeah.
Because I would filter emails.
Yeah.
I would take on what's important and priority for me.
Yeah.
And I can only focus on that.
Yeah.
And be very honest. So how do you match both of these?
Well, I think.
Getting what I'm trying to.
I think so. On one hand, you're talking about that there's so much information that you have to relate to. And did you?
On the other hand, you're saying, let the customer get back to you. I don't think he has that.
No, but this is about priority, and this is about being relevant, isn't it? And timely as well. But you did serve up a very good point here, if I understood it correctly, which is about, you said that you hardly remembered having done something. And this is, does anyone recognize this? That you reacted to something some time ago, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and then when that person actually responds back to you, you can't remember you did it? Yeah? I get this all the time. Yeah.
I can claim ignorance in this room.
Yeah.
I'm just being very honest.
Yeah, but I think this is a good point. But otherwise, I think they were a little bit unrelated. The 3 questions that the mind asks before the mind is sort of given the go-ahead to go further, whether that relates to opening an email, subscribing to email newsletters, or whatever. Do I know you? And by do I know you, we don't mean, is this apple, you know, or is this oranges? No, we're talking about, do I remember just your company name, your logo, right? That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about preference setting here. Do I need you? Do you have something that can solve any of the problems that I have today? Or problems that I'm conscious about that I need to solve within the next X period of time? Am I making sense? So what that means for travel, if I am planning, which I am, a trip to India with all of my family in February of next year, then I'm going to respond to those types of messages, right? Because this is so important for my family. They remind me every single day. So I can actually remember, right, that I have that problem I need to solve. But if I was not planning to go to India at all, it's very difficult to change my mind to go somewhere else, to try to sell me on the idea to go to Argentina, for example, no matter how nice that is, right? So that means a lot in terms of do I need you? And you have to reflect about this a little bit in subject line, but also the content concept that you're serving up. Somebody said nurturing before and in the introduction. And that's why nurturing programs can be so incredibly important, because sometimes people are very much aware that they need information before they can make a decision to do certain things. You following me? So a man, before he goes to a spa the first time, he actually needs a lot of education. Because otherwise, unless he's on the other team, he's going to be very scared about that experience, because it's very feminine, isn't it? Yeah? So emails that would prepare the man to go to the spa for the first time would probably be a very good idea before they then actually sell him on it. And then, can I trust you? So that has to do with reputation. And I'll try to give you some very tactical tips later on after the lunch on trust emblems. But everybody knows SAP and IBM and those guys. Does that make sense? All of us can find trust emblems, and sometimes they're not just trust emblems, they are things like testimonials. But don't do what I see many Indian companies do, use fake testimonials, or use a proper testimonial with the wrong picture. Make sure it's 100% transparent and that people can trace that person, especially in B2B. I know this for a fact, several agencies here, they do it. They just take a random picture of somebody prettier than the customer who's on the testimonial. And I'm just like crazy, if you ask me. And anyways, so trust, you need to establish that as well. If all of those questions that need to be answered by the brain are okay, then people are open. Are you following me? They are open to receive the information and potentially interact. It doesn't mean that they're going to click. That's not what it means. It means now they're open. Now we're square. We're sort of now we start. I'm open. If they don't know you, don't trust you, and don't need you, you have a pretty big challenge of actually getting them to interact. Right. Another challenge we have, of course, is the change in consumers' absorption of multiple devices and in multiple channels, right? Remember, I told you I'm a multi-channel marketing proponent. I believe it's about demystifying what people prefer and when they prefer what. The problem is that people seem to just consume more and more of these different channels, don't they? It's like when the mobile came around, they didn't stop doing something else, did they? How many of you watch TV online? I don't mean YouTube. I mean you get your TV programming online, right? Great, isn't it? And you can watch it on your smartphone as well? Not yet, but it will come, I'm sure, yeah? So it's not like when I started watching television live on my phone that I stopped watching it elsewhere. You following me? We're just taking on more channels. We want all of this available to us all the time. The same when you have to market to them. So that's a pretty big challenge for you right there. But here's an even bigger one. The first one, do you see in the middle? I hope the guys saw it at least. And I know I'm thinking about Europe now, not India. Okay, we're thinking Europe. As you know, in Europe, people are running around naked in the streets. So they're pretty liberal, yeah? Goddamn evolution. But no sex in the first date in this context means that we cannot expect, just because we put our message, our offer in the face of people, that they're ready to have a relationship with us right now. They may be ready to start a dating process, to get more information about us, to learn more about us, right? But they want that information, and because of the internet, it's so easy to find alternatives, isn't it? Everybody who knows a search engine can find an alternative to what you do in a minute, right? And people are learning that. The brain is learning that. The brain is remembering, in particular with consumers, that I just saw this offer for a quick loan. The interest rate is 14.95%. There's got to be somebody who can do that better. It's not like it used to be 10 years ago when I had, not 10, yeah, actually 10. From 10 years ago, I had GE Money Bank as one of my major clients. Yeah, they sell short loans. You put the offer in the face of people, TV, radio, the works, and people say, oh, that sounds great. I could use $40,000, a quick loan of $40,000 right now. Where do I apply? Yeah? Today, they don't do that. So if GE Money Bank can do this, there's got to be somebody who can do better. I'll try the others, and I'll just search for money or whatever they search for in Google. So that's driving that. What else is driving that? If you were listening, I know it's just before lunch soon, but if you were listening, try to deduct something from this. What happens when consumers are not willing to just make decisions when you want them to? Incubation time increases. And there's one thing we know is that incubation time just gets longer and longer. For those of you who are not familiar, that means the time a person takes to make a decision from you engage with them the first time until they actually make the decision yes or no. So what that means, especially for consumers, if you believe the research, is that certain categories, people take 2, 3, 4 times longer to make a decision. The reason being they need that time for research. And research is not just about price. Would you agree with that? It's educating yourself on what can a house do for me? What can a car do for me? What can a lawnmower do for me? Et cetera, et cetera. People want to know more and more before they buy. And then price, of course, is essential as well. So let's talk email marketing. So now we've established that people are not so much willing to engage with you the first time they see the message. We've also established that incubation time is longer. We've also established that people are trying to educate themselves on their own time, so to speak, before they make a buying decision. So what that tells us as an email marketer is that we have to address OTS. OTS stands for opportunity to see. Opportunity to see. So that is the number of times a person had an opportunity to actually see the message, not react to it, just see it. If you've ever been in offline media planning, radio, TV, magazines, etc., you would know what opportunity to see means, because that's an old term for media planning, right? Here's what we think. Now, this is very category/vertical dependent. But here's what we think. The ideal across the board is 7 to 8 times. That's going to come as a shock for those of you with long experience in email marketing. A person needs to see that message 7 to 8 times on average before they are prepared to make a decision as to whether they will engage or not. I'm not talking about buying. I'm talking about engaging. The more complex, the more times they need to see the message. In complexity there are several components under that category of complexity, but one of them is language. So when you communicate to me in English, it is much more complex to me than, for example, if you communicated to me in Danish. Does that make sense? If you're selling something with a lot of 3-letter words, for example, and you're using a lot of them, like they gave you 25, why not use all of them in one sentence? Then that's very complex because I don't understand what you're talking about. So that requires energy, doesn't it? For me to sit down, actually read this and be concentrated. That's another complexity. So the more complex what you're selling is to the receiver, the more times they need to be exposed to that message, and the more different angles you need to address your benefits in, from, to. You get my point, right? What many are doing is they're repeating themselves over and over and over again and expecting a different result. I think Einstein said that's borderline insanity, right? If you repeat the same thing over and over and expect a different result, that is pretty insane, actually. Although in email marketing, sometimes it actually works because there's a timing element as well. So here's what you need to plan for. You need to plan to get your key messages out there more frequently, because that's the only way for most of us that we'll be able to reach a high enough OTS opportunity to see, right? How can you do that then? You do that by being smart in how you communicate and what formats you communicate in. Some of the clients that I've helped over the past year, what they do is they have a combination of different formats like newsletters, solo campaigns, in other words, campaigns just talking about one specific thing, and then campaigns that talk about more things. And then they have service messages where they might mention it as PS in the call to action and stuff like that. You have to be smart, because if you're just pushing it and pushing it and pushing it in solo emails, people can get quite annoyed, because they don't see that you're offering anything new, even if you rewrite the whole thing. So would you agree with me this is pretty significant? If you believe what I'm saying, and if you think this also could apply to the Indian market, it's very significant. Okay, great. Wow.
So we've seen it both in response to opens and clicks and to conversions in business.
Excellent.
This does work excellent, brilliantly in India.
Thank you. Did everybody hear that? You wouldn't happen to have any of the examples, would you? Okay, let's see how we go with time in the afternoon, if you wouldn't mind showing. Otherwise, we have the web seminar, if you wouldn't mind showing. Because I think that's very interesting how you plan that out, and I think everyone could learn from that. Very happy to hear that you're doing it, and especially that it's working. That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. So try to remember these things as well. And I want to just add one thing for those of you who are in B2B especially. Now, if you're working with a funnel, that's already great news, right? But try to go a little further and then work with top of funnel, middle of funnel, end of funnel. You following me? So that you differentiate communication in at least 2, but best 3. So those that are top of the funnel, they just came in, they responded somewhere, they may not know you, they may not know what you stand for, what you're selling, etc. So you communicate in one way to them. Those that are in the middle of the funnel are typically some that have shown interest. Download white papers or whatever. You communicate to them in a different way because the objective for B2B marketing is now to get them into conversion mode. Not necessarily to get them to convert, but to get them to do one more thing before you think they will convert. And needless to say, those that are in the funnel, what I'm seeing with B2B businesses, very often we stop email communication completely. But that requires tight integration with your Salesforce, opportunity management, and email marketing, which many organizations won't do. I didn't say can't do, I said won't do. It does cost a bit of money, but it's definitely worth it. Did you get that? So when people are just about to make a decision to buy and they are in the face-to-face communication, you don't confuse them with email communication, right? So, okay, let me try to carry on. Just got to check the time. More relevant to B2B because it's so difficult with B2C, the B2B buying behavior to actually gauge this. So 1:30 is lunch, right? Yes, okay. So that is a very, very long session because that's 1 hour. If anyone are hungry, there are some fruits on the table. You would think I'm from Sweden, right? I'm not really because I'm acting like one. Anyway, there are candies. I'm just thinking maybe we should do a 5-minute break before lunch, do you think? Yeah? Because, wow, that was a long... let's do the 5-minute break now. And then please come back in 1 cigarette's time or 5 minutes. And then we'll have 55 minutes before lunch. Thank you. So to drive, I just want to spend a little bit of time to try to drive some of the points home so that hopefully you'll also remember next week and hopefully you'll apply. So one takeaway is to be consumer or business buyer centric and media agnostic. Remember we talked about the multi-channel, which means for email it has to fit with the preferences of whomever you want to reach, and you have to see email not in isolation, but in combination with other channels. So that's one takeaway. Another takeaway is there's a huge difference between knowing the path and walking the path. And I've seen throughout today that some of you have been doing this, which is when I do this, which luckily I know now. Yeah, but they do it in Bulgaria as well. Do you know that? The first time I experienced this was maybe 2 years ago, and there was like 200 people at actually an email marketing masterclass in Bulgaria. And I thought we were doing pretty good, because when there are so many people, it's a little bit different than what we're doing now. And I saw suddenly there were people sitting like this. When I said, would you agree? And I said, what? Okay, I'll try something. Said, I think it was also my first time to present in Bulgaria, actually. And then I talked about something else a few minutes later, and I saw this guy very ferociously going like this. I think, what the hell? So there was a break. And the organizer came and said, oh, this is going great, and people are so happy. But they said, how can they be? Half of them disagree with me constantly. What do you mean? They're doing like this. Ah, that means yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I got that. But it's still, as it probably, I don't know if it's difficult for you to get used to this. Can you switch easily? No, it's actually hard. Yeah. For me to say no and do this is like very, anyways. So I noticed that some of you were sort of concurring. And I'm very happy that you were, because that means you've heard this before. You sort of probably agree. But do remember, it's not about what you know. It's about what you apply. And the sad reality in marketing is that most people, they just know and talk, and they don't actually apply the knowledge that they have. And that is everything. So let me try to test you also on some of the things we've been talking about. What you see here are 4 different components that together make up a successful email marketing setup or an email marketing campaign. And those are the message or the offer. It is the target group, creativity, and then deliverability, which is the more technical aspects of email marketing that ensures your email actually reaches the inbox. So my question, I'm going to try to make this simple. My question is going to be, you have 100% available, remember that, right? So who would like to spend 30% of your, or more of your focus on the message offer? More than 30% of the 100%. Who would like to do that? Okay, very good, thank you. Who would like to spend more than 30% on the target group? That seems to be more. Who would like to spend more than 30% on creativity? That seems to be very few. And who would like to spend more than 30% on deliverability? Thank you. Okay. I'm pretty happy with you guys because what we say is 40% of your resources go into message offer. That's where content resides as well. 40% goes into your target group. 10% go into creativity. And it's important for me to say of those 10%, we're really talking about creativity. So it's based on the premise that we have all of our templates. Are you following me? We have the different formats of our template. Now, not all, because it's not that easy. What we need to do now is make it exciting, right? We need to build upon those structures to make this particular message stand out or be more compelling. And 10% to deliverability. The reason 10% to deliverability is because optimizing deliverability is a matter of doing some big chunks once in a while, and then you just maintain. You following me? Most likely, almost all of you have a deliverability problem right now, but ask an expert to help you fix it. He will go in, it will cost a little bit of money, he will fix it, and the next campaign you're going to get much better deliverability, but 3 months later you're going to be back to where you started, and you need the expert to go in again. There's one thing you can do is to cleanse your database frequently. So that means all hard bounces. Do you know what a hard bounce is? Basically a dead email, not necessarily a dead person. The person could still be alive, but the email isn't working anymore. Clean that, clean out all of your opt-outs, make sure you remove them from the list or somehow tag them in your CRM system or marketing database. And the spammers, those that mark you as a spammer, with their ISP, so let's say Hotmail, for example, make sure that you get them out of your list as well. The way ISPs, people like Hotmail, Gmail, Yahoo, etc., they work is they actually score all senders. I don't know if you're aware of that. So it's a sender score. So depending on how bad you score, there is a real risk that some of them, in the US, AOL are notoriously known for this, that if your score goes below a certain point, the emails are never delivered and they don't communicate it back to you. That's the bad part. So what that means to you, you don't want to be involved with all of the technical stuff because this is pretty hardcore. Yeah? So you want to be sure that your email marketing service provider is on top of this, right? And my advice, and I don't favor anyone, but my advice is always to go with an established email marketing service provider. Go with somebody who has resources because they're a successful business, because only them will have resources to talk to the ISPs. Do you understand? You need to have a direct line to Gmail, to Hotmail, to Yahoo, etc., to make sure that your IP addresses are prioritized so that they know these are not spammers. My customers are not spammers. They're all legit. They're all following the rule book and so on, right? While I mention this, this may be relevant to some. If you're marketing outside of India through email, you have to remember to follow the local legislation. You cannot take my name off a list and spam me without my consent because my address is in Denmark. And in Denmark, it's opt-in. Cannot send emails to people who haven't given you permission, right? Remember that. Many don't know that. They follow the rules of, let's say, India, and they do that all over the world. But that's not how the world works. If you want to market to Germany, you follow the rules of the German market and so on. Thank you for participating. Direct mail, interestingly enough, yes? They are, but they are mixed with my belief and 5 other so-called gurus, including people like Drayton Bird and Roy Sutherland and people like that. Bill Fryer, he's on the next slide, who is a direct mail specialist, where the numbers, I'm not going to go through this, but the numbers are more or less stays the same. The same things make a difference in direct mail as in email. But it's logic if you think about it, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, if I just make them up as I go along. Yeah. Yeah, it's partly based on surveys, but it's also based on experience from people who's, well, Drayton, he's been in direct marketing for more than 50 years. He's still alive, actually. He's 76. So pretty amazing. He worked with David Ogilvy, and David Ogilvy, whom I did not have the pleasure to meet, he said the same. In fact, there are videos, documentation from India, where he's talking to his agency in, I think, Mumbai. That's here, right? Yeah. Before they rebranded. So where he was talking about what matters, and he talked about target group and the message. He said, and measuring. Yeah? And he tried to encourage his Indian staff because they were suffering what direct marketers everywhere has suffered is that they're second-rate people in the marketing industry, right? Because the branding people, they're the stars. And the rest of us are carrying water if we're even allowed in the building, you know? Yeah, so even then, back in, I think this was in the 70s, this was a problem, and to some extent it still is a problem, although I'd say in mature markets, because of digital, direct marketing is a little bit more okay. I wouldn't say it's sexy. We don't have our own can yet, you know, but we are getting there. So, okay, so let's move to another part and get a little bit more into the nitty-gritty of stuff before lunch. So a lot of focus is put on inbox. How do I get to people's inbox? That's wrong. Focus on people's mind box. Get in here so that they know who you are, what you're sending, what to expect from them. And that requires something of every marketer, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So don't go into this expert focus of everything is a technical about getting into the inbox, because it actually means nothing if you don't mean something to those people's inbox you get into, so to speak. So you got to get in people's mind box. One of the ways to do that is understanding which problems you are solving for people. The guy you see here, he's one of the other lecturers at the European Academy of Direct and Interactive Marketing, which actually was founded by Drayton Bird, I mentioned before. And Roy Sutherland is another one of the teachers. And every year, the 6th year is coming in London in some months, I think. And every year, Steve has talked about only one thing: which problem are you solving? I should mention that Steve is the world's most awarded direct marketing creative director. His book has sold so many copies that it's incredibly expensive to buy used. Yeah? And he says his success for his clients was only because he cared about one thing: which problem are we solving in this campaign? And are we communicating that so people understand which problem we can solve? And the first year I thought that was interesting. He talked for 1.5 hours about a simple thing. I wish I could get away with that, you know? And actually I felt the first year that this was nonsense. How can he be this guy? He's so famous and he's so this and that. The second year I actually listened. And I was like, brilliant. And I realized that when I looked through the successful and unsuccessful campaigns I've been part of, for 90% of them, we did not articulate very clearly which problem we were solving. It was blah, 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 blah. And mostly it was about us, not about the most important person in the world. Who's the most important person in the world? Exactly, the recipient. It's all about the recipient. That's what they care about. Universe evolves around me and around you, right? First and foremost. So when we are setting our content concept, which we will later, we need to ask which problems are we solving for people in our communication. And a good idea, since if you go back to Sherazad, do you remember the storytelling component from the 1001 Arabian Nights? Someone said to, I can't remember exactly, but to get people's attention and then keep them interested, right? And to do that, we need to stand out. Would you agree? That means our email communication needs to stand out. Now, there's too much, I wouldn't say plagiarism, but let's say copycat mentality going on amongst brands. You need to find your unique position. And when you offer your email communication to people, there's got to be something unique. So if I am a B2B, I want to learn about loyalty programs. I don't want to hear the same words that I can read on colloquy.com and all the other loyalty marketing service providers. I want to know how you stand out. What is your point of differentiation? And some people think that's about products and services. No, it doesn't have to be. It could be about style, how you talk to people. It could be your creative style as well. Would you agree with that? There was a guy, I forgot the name in the United States, and he was competing with Amazon, selling CDs online, yeah? And he was doing okay, and, but he didn't get enough repeat business. So he realized he needed to do something, and he couldn't change the products because, yeah, he can't ask musicians to compose some different music so he can sell it, right? So he had to sell the same products as Amazon. He couldn't really charge much more than Amazon. They were quite low, and they still are at that time. But what he could do, he could change his style. So here's what he did. Just one example that I remember from memory. The delivery process, right? That final email before the person received the CD. Instead of the usual, your CD has now been shipped, you can follow this link to track it, da 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 da. Nobody reads that, right? He changed it to something to the tune of this. We've got excellent news. The whole team was gathered just 1 hour ago to see your CD off. We sang a few songs, we had a glass of wine, and we made sure it was all packaged and fine so that when you get it, it will be in tip-top shape.
In that case, we get around 77%.
Yeah, and I think it's very much about how often has this list been used, and that's one of the dangers of buying lists, that sometimes you buy one that hasn't been very popular and you'll find very low delivery rate. But I don't know, I agree 97, 98% is where you should be. Yeah, but thank you for serving up those points, because there were actually some interesting points that I thought you would ask about. You asked about something else, but that's great because it reminded me of something. First, I'll check up to see if this tool would be able to measure how long an email was opened. I'm not sure what we use that information for, because if I'm being honest, I always ask myself, what's next, right? I don't need information just to get information. I need to use that information for something. So even knowing that, that they were exposed to the message after they opened the email for a long time, what can I use it for? The phone rang, they went to the loo, they had a cup of tea, the girlfriend came by and kissed them like crazy, so he couldn't work the rest of the day. I don't know, we don't know why, actually. So, but it does remind me of something else. One of the reasons why I think that the number of clicks per person is important is because most of us have to use the one-size-fits-all approach, right? So we don't really know what people are interested in, and for that reason we have to plan our content to sort of get them interested from different angles, right? So let's say we talk about women. So over here we're talking about makeup, and over here we're talking about a new dress, and down here we're talking about shoes. No, in fact, we're talking about shoes up here and here and here, and then we're talking about makeup and the matching dress. It's like the reversed order, isn't it, also in India? Yeah, but that's the next newsletter. That's the special bag newsletter. Anyway, but one of the reasons that the number of clicks per person per email is it is an indication of how well we serve up the content, right? Because most companies don't afford. Shit, I should draw this, and I can't anywhere unless I can use the walls. It's probably not very popular. The problem is that most of the time we have to think about where do they land after the click. Most of the time, companies can't afford to optimize that page to take them to the next step. Are you following me? It's not like a portal environment kind of thing where they optimize each page every time the newsletter comes out. If the page is in, then there are certain things that would get people to continue online. What people do, they do this, right? They click, read, they don't want to act, they click back to the email inbox and they find the next one. And then they click on that. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's why it was important. Somebody had a question or comment.
One point which could be of importance is maybe it will be useful for him to...
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe it will be useful for him to know the time between the email open and the first click.
Yes.
So that interval may be used as a valuable insight to design further more optimized email content.
That's a fantastic good input. Everybody heard it, right? Yeah. So let me check that as well. If it's possible to get that stat. I completely, that is actually very smart. Let me just do a bit of cleanup here as well. So I'll just consider this just 10 minutes. Can you smell the food? Yes. Good, huh? I'm glad we have a 3-hour lunch. Well, the lunch is in here. I suppose we just tell them don't remove it. We have lunch all afternoon. Yeah, it was a great seminar. Why? Yeah, we had like 3 hours of lunch plus dessert. So pages visited, browsed are important as well. Now, most email marketing systems, they don't track that, actually, if you've looked. They have a tendency to be built to only track what's included in the newsletter and not the actual navigation going on after you get people to your website or your blog or your e-commerce solution. So either you demand of your email marketing service provider that they can deliver that. I used to own one that did that and won so many clients because of that. It's called Globase. They do not deliver to Asia because they're owned by Germans now, and apparently they don't know the way to Asia. I don't know. I had an office in Singapore that was doing really well, and the idiots closed it down. I don't know. Maybe they don't like Asians. I don't know. Anyways, so that was very smart for the clients that Globase had because many of them, like airlines and hotels and so on, they were very interested in what's going on after the click. Yeah, because very often the newsletters were just teasers to get people onto a bigger portal and into sort of an explorative phase, if you will. The other thing you can do if your email marketing system do not allow you to do this is use Google Analytics. Are everyone familiar with? There can be alternatives, of course, to Google Analytics, but that's one good way. So if you implement Google's tracking alongside the email system's tracking, then you can set up all your conversion funnels in Google Analytics. Make sure if you want somebody in marketing to do this, give her or him proper education in how to use Google Analytics. Or even better, have somebody, even external agency, whatever, to set up these things. Because it can get a little bit complicated for people who are not used to working with these things. But then you sort of get the full picture, right, of everything that's going on, all the traffic now and in the future deriving from your email marketing activities. And then, of course, you want to measure your call to actions. And we'll talk more about call to actions this afternoon. For that reason, I'm not going to go into that. Here's an example. You would probably not understand the language, and you're not supposed to. Here's a tracking example that I would say is also a must these days. What's relevant to notice here are the little numbers. Can you see them, actually? It says 3.1% clicked here, 7% over here, 0% here, 21.7% here, 0% on the image, 12.4% here, 3.9%, etc., right? So this is a minimum. There will be a better example with more images this afternoon of this. But there was a point for me to show this at this point. First of all, when you choose your email marketing service provider, you want to be sure that at the click of a button you can get this result, so that you see the number of clicks, the success for each piece of content directly in a graphic visual like this. It is so fast for you to understand what happened with what you did. Secondly, I want you to make a mental note that ugly sells. Okay, let me say that again so I'm sure you understand my broken English. Ugly sells, not pretty sells. And more often than not, ugly sells better than pretty. How do you think I got married? That was actually not so bad, huh? No, that's right. I keep all options open. That's why I don't wear rings. No, it's because I travel in some quite poor countries sometimes, so I'm afraid to get my fingers chopped off. No, I'm a bad joke, I know. You follow me on that, right? So experiment. Don't think it has to be one great, colorful, good-looking thing to work, because reality is, and direct marketers know this, that for whatever reason, consumers and business buyers, they probably think it's more trustworthy if it's not so colorful, if you will. More believable. I think that is what's going on in the brain. But also, I noticed that several of you sell to the IT industry, right? Or are in the IT industry. So remember, within the IT industry, we know for a fact that technical people, engineers and stuff like that, people like that, I mean, they actually prefer text. They think text is more believable. They're a little bit anti-commercial thinking kind of way. And I've tested this many, many, many times with many, many different IT software and hardware providers, and the ugly one outsells the pretty one with that particular target group every time. This is just a quick example of what we just talked about. So here's a dashboard kind of look where we see a campaign, and we get all of the information presented that we need, all of that vital information that we talked about with the delivered, and that we can drill down to see if there were 3% not delivered. We can understand why. We see the bounce, the soft bounce and hard bounce and so on. This is a must these days. Don't accept anything that cannot deliver this type of dashboard to you, because your time is the most important resource in your company in terms of email marketing. And you need to get this information at your fingertips. I hate to say that because of the guy who said it originally. But you do, so that you can start making decisions as to what you should be doing better next time. If we don't have time to talk about it later today, also remember that this tracking information is good at a top level, but it's killer at an individual level. Are you following me? If you can manage to consolidate in one system, for example, your CRM system, the information about me and what I have clicked on in the past, you've got a fantastic segmentation tool. You gain a lot of knowledge as to know what should I be sending to Michael in the future, but also if we talk about offers and promotions. So let's say I clicked the Mercedes 500 SEL 3 times in the past 12 months. Now the 500 SEL is being outphased and a new one comes in. For that reason, Mercedes is offering whatever. 5% off is probably unrealistic to ask for in my country anyway. Let's say they were offering 5% off. Wouldn't they send that to me before all the people who were clicking on another model of car? And this is easy to do. It's easy to do because the data is there in your email marketing system. Now all you have to do is decide on where you want to consolidate this data and how the data flow between the different databases and systems you're using are. No, I think there are many. I think Microsoft's do, Salesforce. I know for a fact Salesforce.com does, because we're using that. So this is B2B, yeah? So Marketo in Portugal, for example, all of the email communication is done through the CRM system. All tracking data, etc., is populated instantly to the CRM system, including opt-outs. So there's no manual handling whatsoever of unsubscribes and so on. But I'm sure there are many in the cloud CRM systems that would handle this. But again, can I just say one more thing about the boring system stuff? I see some of you are still sleeping, about to wake up for lunch. But remember, we're living in such an exciting time because of the cloud. The cloud, not the cloud, cloud. Because of the cloud, there's so many new software categories actually arising. SAS Institute is an old player that we all thought were doing just this one thing, but through acquisition amongst other things, right? You are now also a contender in this space, right? Yeah. And so we have new solutions coming from all sorts of places, and it's very exciting to be a customer because it's also inexpensive now. It's not about the big client server investment, you know, you pay $1 million, whatever, up front, and then you have to spend 4 months to install it. No. Now it's maybe a fee up front, and then you pay monthly. Recurrent, depending on usage and how many modules. And so it's a very exciting time to be in marketing. What this means is that everybody can actually afford to do what I just said. Okay, it does take you some time to organize this initially and set it up. I won't lie about that. It does take a bit of time, and you may need a little bit of expert help from somebody who's tried it before. But once it's set up, it's there, bam, and now you can start leveraging all of this great information that you get. So I just want to mention one last thing. I think it's lunch now, which is not to confuse you too much, although I'm a consultant, so part of our job is to confuse people so they realize they need our help. You know, it's actually fantastic. It's a little bit like being a doctor. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. But so we have a main cluster when it comes to tracking. Remember what we talked about when we talked about the purpose of email marketing? Remember that stuff in green? Getting other people to, yeah. So that's our viral cluster. And that's, I'm not here if they call for me. Okay, no problem, it happens. We want to measure that as well, right? And in the afternoon, we'll talk about the social integration a little bit. So if we believe that getting people to share our content in the social space may expose our message to other people who then may in turn sign up to our newsletter, etc., then we got to track that, right? Or if we believe in things like member get member or recommend to a friend and that stuff, it actually still works. And in fact, in the executive space, the CEO guys and girls, they just now learned to click the button called forward to a friend, just now, just recently. They're not even on the share on whatever, Facebook, Twitter, and so they're not there. Now they're comfortable clicking forward to a friend. And in that target group it works, but it actually works in most other target groups. Maybe less than 24 years of age, they're probably, I'm saying probably because I really don't know, I'm guessing now. They're probably more likely to share through Twitter, Facebook, and that type of thing. It's easier, they're comfortable with it, and so on. So try to remember that as well when you set up this funnel and you're tracking stuff, to also have that viral cluster in place. And ask of your system provider that they can measure this as well. Now, I'm going to tell you the truth. Only a few of them can actually do that right now. But those that can, and not necessarily the most expensive ones, they're just the ones that are really, really heavy into following what's going on in the market and translating that into solutions their customers can get. The rest of them, they're going to get there, I'm sure, but how long it will take, I guess nobody knows. So with that, I would like to invite you to lunch. And we have tried to make it very easy for you to have lunch today. So we made the restaurant here. So for the next 45 minutes, we will have an official lunch in a restaurant, email, cafe, India. And so if you're still eating at the 2:15, then I'm just going to start speaking, and you're welcome to continue eating all day long. So talk to you soon. I hope you enjoyed the delicious lunch as much as I did. Yeah? Did you get dessert? Was it good? I'll have it in the next break. I hope they won't. If they still have it, yeah. About conversion funnel. And earlier we've talked about setting objectives. And we've talked about measurements. So let's talk a little bit about some other stuff that's important. And you'll find as we go through the afternoon, I'm going to get more and more practical, right? And this was designed this way because you were supposed to be fresh in the morning before lunch, where you could perhaps deal with the more abstract things. And then after lunch, you're supposed to get a little bit more lazy. And then I'm supposed to give you something that you can easily relate to, right? I hope it works. Anyways, let's first see a little video clip here, if you like.
Because we're adding a little something to this month's sales contest. As you all know, first prize is a Cadillac Eldorado. Anybody want to see second prize? Second prize is a set of steak knives. Third prize is you're fired. A, B, C. A, always, B, B, C, closing. Always be closing. Always be closing. AIDA, attention, interest, decision, action. Attention, do I have your attention? Interest, are you interested? I know you are, because it's fuck or walk. You close or you hit the bricks. Decision, have you made your decision for Christ? And action. AIDA, get out there. You got the prospects coming in. You think they came in to get out of the rain? A guy don't walk on the lot lest he wants to buy. They're sitting out there waiting to give you their money. Are you gonna take it? Are you man enough to take it? Oh, have I got your attention now?
Have any of you seen this video, this movie? Yeah? You have seen it, yeah, I suppose that you did. You know the title. Fantastic movie. If you ever find you have a couple of hours you'd like to spend in the company of some great actors, in fact, some very great actors, then watch that movie. But the reason I wanted to show this is because this, of course, is the sales manager coming in to an office where there's a problem, selling. And this is how a sales manager talks to his salespeople. I don't think marketing has ever been talked to this way in terms of delivering results. But that wasn't actually the point. There are a few things he said that I wanted to talk about a little bit. The first thing he said is ABC. Anyone who's been trained in sales are familiar with ABC. ABC is always be closing. So it's the premise that if you don't ask for the order, you don't get it. Now in India, you're very good at that. I have been to Indian shops in Delhi, and after you purchase one item, they go on to the next one. Even after you paid, are you sure you don't need another of this? You know? So they're very good at asking for the order and then asking for the next one as well. Now let's relate that a little bit to email marketing. Always be closing simply means you have to ask people to do what you want them to do. Okay? So that means that we're talking about the call to action. Everybody familiar with call to action? That's the part where you ask people to do whatever it is you want them to do. So always be closing, but be careful what you ask for. Closing in email is about getting some sort of response. It doesn't necessarily mean you're telling me to buy now. You know, there are certain steps most of the time before the actual purchase. The other thing he said, which he actually misquoted, so they should fire that manuscript writer, because he said, attention, interest, decision, action. The correct one is attention, interest, desire, action. So for those of you who are familiar with the good old AIDA formula, this is still very, very much at play, right? Attention, interest, desire, action. Get people's attention, make them interested, and as the next step, make them desire to know more, or make them to desire to buy, and then get the action. And when you're writing copy, for example, or if you are briefing a copywriter, these are very, very important factors to include in the brief. And then it also becomes easier for a copywriter to understand exactly how to structure text. But we'll get into more of that a little bit later on. So I developed another little funny model here. At least I think it's a funny little model, which I call ABOA. Can you hear the waves? ABOA, ABOA, Hawaii, yeah. That was the intention behind it. So this is actually, in my opinion, because I developed it, but I developed so much crap actually, but this one I'm very, very happy about, and I think it's very important because it addresses how you write, not only in email, but in any type of communication. In fact, it does what salespeople are very good at, yeah? They explain the attributes of a product or service. Yeah? That's something we have to do to get people interested, right? And make them desire something. Then it talks about the benefit, and I can't say how often I experience reading text where there's no benefits description. It's all, our hotel is a 5-star hotel with 321 rooms and a swimming pool, and so on, and so on. And what does that mean to me? I don't give a who about how many rooms you have. What, is it a dating club? You know, or uneven female, or how does that work, you know? No, what I want to know is that it's a delicious, not a delicious property, that would be weird. It's a beautiful property, situated on 10 acres, is that a lot? Yeah, 10 acres of land, which means you have plenty of space to take a walk or go with the children or with your colleagues. You following me? That's the benefit. Then there's an objection. The objection is, I don't like to walk. It could actually is a very good objection. What's the answer to that? That's the next thing. You following me now? So, the benefit was 10 acres of land where you can have a good walk. The objection is, I don't want to walk. And the answer could be what? Okay, yeah. Assuming there's a swimming pool. Yeah, then you can swim. Or, what could the answer be? Yes, yes, you could start telling the person that it's actually bad not to walk. Or you could say, and if you're not a walking type, you could just sit on the bench and enjoy the beautiful trees and flowers in our garden. You following me? So when you're writing in email marketing, I find this actually to be very helpful, to think about the attribute, explain that very quickly, but then focus a lot on the benefit. Remember we talked about what is people's problem. I think I have a friend with Alzheimer's. That's the problem. So what is the problem? The problem is I want to help my friend, right? So now we've got to talk about the attributes and the benefits. But the benefits are most important. When you help your friend, when you take time to reach out, the benefits are so and so and so. Objection. Maybe my friend will think it's an intrusion. I'm being intrusive, or I should mind my own business. Yeah? Then you find an answer. Your friend may not like it now, but later he will appreciate that you pointed him in the right direction so that he was able to discover he had Alzheimer's and so he can get helped. Does it make sense? Do you think it's more powerful to write in this way? You think it's more convincing for people? It is. And everyone can do this. Now, not everyone is a copywriter, right? That is a skill in itself and a very, very important one, in fact, when we talk about direct marketing and of course, email marketing as well. But if you really want to become better at writing, you could use little models like this one to help you structure your text, right? So we're talking about using the AIDA formula as well as the ABOA or something else. You don't have to use mine. But if you did, I would be pleased. So we'll do some little exercises at the very end of the day to use some of the information that you've gotten here. Right, so let's get into the nitty-gritty. So I promised you that we will develop a content concept, and I'm going to give you some information, and then I'm going to give you 5-7 minutes to write down your own content concept. Isn't that exciting? Yeah, it's like being in Sweden. Yeah. Okay, I'll try to get your energy level back up. You have some of mine. So the content concept is actually very simple. Think about publishing. What you're seeing here is the cover of La Gazzetta dello Sport. It is a very, very old newspaper in Italy. And we all understand what it's about, right? Sports, yes, you got it. Now, if somebody purchased this newspaper, and it so happened that day, all that person could read about was table tennis. Could that person be disappointed? Would that person have a right to be disappointed? This is a football fan. Would the person have a right to be disappointed? No, of course not, because it's about sport. It's not only about football, it's about sport. So what you can expect here is that you will get, obviously in Italy, you'll get a lot about football, and then some more about football, and maybe a little bit about ladies football, and then a very, 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 very tiny bit about anything else but football, right? That's Italy. But the reality is we are promising in this content concept as a publisher that this is about sport, not just football. And that is what a content concept is about. It is basically outlining exactly what type of information you're going to provide to your audience, and that's it. So there's some tips when you write this. First of all, exactly what you offer and be as specific as possible. The benefits as we just talked about. And then why should your audience care about this content? And especially for those of you in B2B, where many of you have overlap, yeah? You would probably say the same thing. So you wouldn't stand out. Remember we talked about uniqueness? You got to find something. Let me give you examples. Guides are perfect to attract people's attention, right? So let's talk financial services or insurance or more complex products like that. So you do a 7 tips to avoid making wrong decisions okay, I'm not a copywriter, in loans, right? Or 9 things you need to know before you take out a life insurance. You following me? Now that will be unique because it's your own content, but it's also very interesting for people to get a hold of guides like that for free. It's a good way of engaging. Let's talk loyalty, yeah? You have so much knowledge in your company, in everybody's company here, I'm sure, that you could transform into products that you could use to engage people and then stand out and be unique. Surveys. How many of you do surveys? Not customer satisfaction surveys, but just general industry surveys? You do? And your surveys are about? On a weekend, where do they drive? Yeah. And how do you use the information you get from the survey?
Then we figure out if we have good maps for that particular area where people are typically driving to.
So it's related to product development. Interesting. Very good. Indeed, very good. But surveys you can use to sort of become the spokesperson of an industry, right? So you survey a target audience, let's say against insurance. You make sure that when you survey, there are some questions in there that may give you some new, some fresh, some surprising information. And then you use that to offer that to whomever, but also to offer to the media, right? And this can be used in so many ways. I'm surprised that there are not so many businesses actually who is leveraging this opportunity. And again, it's a way to become unique. Whenever you have unique content, you also have a PR opportunity. Would you agree? And some it's very small and only for very particular media, whereas yours, which is very broad and probably of interest to a lot of people, where do people go on weekends, for example, may interest mass media here in India. Frequency, we've spoken about that, but you've got to address that in your content concept. And here's a problem. Because I said to you earlier that I believe frequency has to increase now and in the future. On the other hand, if you have to increase frequency, you also got to increase content production, right? And more content means more money or more time, which is the same thing, actually. So you got to be realistic, right? Even if people like I or you test this yourself say you should be publishing every 2 days. You can't promise that to people if you're not certain that you can actually deliver content every 2 days. So make sure you try to match these two. Yes, let's continue a little bit. So when you're working with content and frequency, there are different ways you can approach this. But here's some examples. Let me try to explain this without too much stress here. What you see down this column here is different types of content: product benefits, technical documentation, testimonials, financial benefits, video instructions, time limit offer. Yeah? You follow me so far? And on the other axis, you have whom should receive this: decision maker, influencer, technical user. Right? You're with me so far, right? Let me give you another example then. Here we have one where we are looking not so much at the type of decision makers, a type of audience, but we're looking at frequency and frequency of publishing certain types of information. So on one column, we again have the content, knowledge-based stories, other industry leaders are sharing their comments right now. Go here to do the same. Okay, that is probably a better example, right? Now I don't want to be left out, right? He's saying industry leaders. I better go there right now and comment. Are you following me? So you put some emotions into that link. Don't just write click here or go here or see more on the website. Get some motion. Get your USP, unique selling points, into those links. And don't be afraid. So that you cannot believe all the crap I hear from so-called email marketing gurus around the world. And so some of them say that a line, the actual link line, should not be longer than two lines, however short they may be. That's, of course, a lot of crap. Why? What, is there a rule? Is there a law against? Will I go to jail if it's 3 lines or 2.5? Exactly. You know, it's all about letting systems sort of handle how you do your marketing. That is unacceptable. Because you got to test 3 lines, but even better 2.5. So what we know about link text is they work better in halves. Not a half. 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, and probably not 4.5. Why? That's what I call eye shit. That it becomes too complex for the eye to even deal with that text, right? Think about the colors as well. They're a bit of an obstacle here when we talk about email because of how link colors display. I want to say one more thing about this, which is, do you think I would have had a different outcome if I had bulleted the links? Bulleted. Arrow-wised it. Is that even an English word? So I sort of put an arrow or a bullet or, yes, I would get a different result and I would have to test it, wouldn't I? Because it would look neater if I had actually taken time to insert that little HTML tag. Since I sent the newsletter myself, I didn't do any HTML because then everything would go wrong, actually. Okay, I think that's just what I want to cover now. Now I'm going to move over to... Yes, go ahead. Hold on. How many questions did you ask today? You didn't reach 5, did you? No, it's just because they told me after 5 questions you have to pay more. I just want to be sure that I'm not spending your money without, yeah. I think you only had 3. PayPal, of course. You can pay even cash. It's fantastic. Go ahead. On the left, yes.
But a lot of people who use Outlook have the preview pane on the right.
Good point.
So it kind of truncates you'll only see the pictures, you won't see any text.
Yeah.
So then, in fact, a lot of people will see just 2 red X's and right-click here to download pictures. So don't you think it'll make sense to have some text on the left as well?
Again,
Maybe
I
the
think
headline offer, yeah. Test it, obviously.
Very good point again. Thank you so much for helping out. Yes, test it first of all, but I actually have an example when it comes to preview panes. And I think those of us who are in business like us here, how many of you use preview pane in your email client? Yeah, that's like 70% of us. But reality is, if we look across the board, it's 20%. Yeah, of Outlook users that use preview pane. Of those, 70% use the horizontal, and the others the vertical version. But it is correct that we have to think about that as well. So I'll try to cover that in the example. Very good, thank you. So I'm going to try to go into structuring. And you have to bear with me now, because maybe it seems like I've lost track, but I really haven't. It does relate. We talked about the content concept. We talked about how you create a content plan or an editorial plan, right? And how you match that to different audience types. You tired? Didn't get enough sleep? Like me, yeah? That's the advantage of standing up here. It would be so freaking embarrassing if I started yawning. I mean, could you imagine? That's like the step before suicide. You know what I'm saying? But we have to box it in a little bit, if you follow me, because we have to think about the production process, don't we? We got to make this easy for us to produce and communicate to team members, whether they are internal or external, right? The whole client agency part of the production process is actually very important, because so much time is wasted if it's not streamlined, right? So we need to create a foundation that everybody understands. Here's an example, and I know you don't see this very well because of the size of the screen here, but the example we're looking at here is a very set template. This template can consist of a pre-header with interlinks, okay? We may cover this today or in the web seminar about interlinks, so let me say this so it's said today. Pre-header is fantastically efficient. A pre-header can be designed in many ways. It can be with graphics or without. A pre-header should summarize the most important reasons why people should open/read/click on this email. One of the reasons why pre-headers are so important is if you look in your own inbox, that's why I'm not showing it actually, it's because it depends so much on which inbox. The text that you see there, right, is actually taken from the pre-header. So if the first text that appear in the pre-header or in the email template is the pre-header that says, good offers from Jet Airlines, but act now. That is exactly what's going to be displayed on this extension of the subject line in the email. Again, depending on whether it's Gmail or Yahoo or Hotmail or Outlook, these things look differently, yeah? But it's very effective, and remember that 2/3 of all clicks stem from the first 1/3 of the email. Am I making sense? Yes, I should. So 66% of all the clicks that you generate from a typical email will come from the first 1/3 of the template for logical reasons, right? People open, they see something at the top, they want to click on it immediately, right? And then go on, and then they may never make their way back to the newsletter. But again, don't believe me. Test these things. I'm just trying to give you some best practices. It doesn't mean that you couldn't do this differently and achieve better results. But I have to say that one is actually one of those that I would, if I was a betting man, I would bet money on the 2/3. Now, there is one exemption, of course, and which is that? I'm being so unreasonable. Mobile, good, we'll talk about that. Yes, but also this. If you promise something in the subject line and you put it at the bottom of the email, then what do people do? They erase down. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And they get pissed if they can't find it and start making complaints. Exactly, yeah. So in that case, naturally, that rule would be not correct. Functional links, just to be clear, functional links are those links that you need to have in your template every time. And I do advise that you build them into the template so that the different people that are executing the email marketing campaign and newsletters, they cannot change this. So part of functional links are opt out or unsubscribe, if you will. You have maybe a link to your website. You have maybe see this email in a browser, or if you're on a mobile device, see this differently, and so on. So there are those things that you want to be sure is there in every single communication, right? Now, the rest of this is, of course, this is from Marketo, which is a training institute. These are just structures, right? So that's the content concept and the editorial part of that in play. So there's always an intro story. Why do you think sometimes an intro story is a good idea? I said idea. That's how you say it. Anyway, it is because it builds credibility. There's no other reason. And if there's a person's face, it doesn't have to be a pretty one, but it helps. I'll be honest with you. Then the trust factor is more or less established. Because how can you be fooling me if you're willing to stand there with your face introducing me to what is to come? But be careful if you use pretty girls and your audience is predominantly male. I have experience from several clients, including my own companies, that suddenly potential prospects came to the office because they wanted to meet the girls. I'm serious. 50-year-old guys coming to the office in Denmark wanting to talk to Christina, not just one. Christina was 24 at the time. She's very pretty, I agree. But still, like coming unnoticed to an office, it doesn't happen actually. But only thieves do that. Anyhow, so protect the girls and the boys, of course, and the guys. But use real people. Yeah, make sure that if somebody is signing off on that intro story, that the picture you see is actually that person. And if that person is not employed, make it known what the role of this person is. So intro stories are very good. When you build this up, think about how you can differentiate. I want you to imagine now that this newsletter actually comes in 1,198 different versions, right? 1,198 different versions, which is just a small variation in reality, yeah? Because the reality is some of the largest newsletters in the world, they come in the hundreds of thousands of individual versions. That's all done through dynamic content. So when we work with dynamic content, I have to address this because some of you are very advanced. That's when boxing things up really help, because now we really have to think. Yeah, this is to do with math, doesn't it? You know, that we have to think this segment, I'm running out of battery, that's why I'm trying to refrain from using this. So this one goes to people in Germany. This one goes to people in Germany, but only if they purchased this product before. You following me? Yeah. So it helps to have everything boxed up when you have to set these rules in the email marketing system that you're using to send out. And does it work? I think I have some examples that it freaking works, like you cannot believe it. Another reason why newsletter types like this particular template, I'm not saying the design or anything is great. I'm not saying the size of the headlines or the link color is great. I'm saying the structure of this type of newsletter is particularly good when you want to use dynamic content, or if you're not that familiar with your target audience and you don't really know what they want. Do you remember we talked about that earlier? So you sort of create more stories, offer them more content, because what happens when you do that? Come again? Exactly. First of all, and second of all, if they don't engage today, they think the next time they get it, there was so much stuff to choose from last time. So I'll better open and check if there's something interesting for me. It's also a great way to, can we call it recycle your content? Are you following me now? Yeah? So a lot of email marketers, they never reuse their content. And I'm like, what? You did this beautiful thing. Yeah, but it's old. So now you're the freaking CNN? Is that what's going on? Okay. No, of course, you just put it, you don't give it as prominent a position, and if you track this content and how people engage with it, you will see a few people engage every single time you send it out. And then when you have a renaissance for whatever it is that you're offering, then you can move it further up. And you can test it, of course, as well. So the takeaway from this one is the following. Get your functional links to be an integrated part of your template so that you're sure that those links are there all the time. Even if somebody wants to mess around with stuff, you don't forget, so that you don't forget. Secondly, box things up and make it known to people what you usually bring in different brackets, right? So in this bracket, we usually have news. In this bracket over here, we have something about our Facebook presence. Over here, we have an educational story. Over here, we have some product shots. You follow me, yeah? So that everybody knows more or less. That doesn't mean you can't change it. It's just your guideline that will make it easier for you and your team to actually produce this. So what I forgot to mention before is, of course, the little tactical move. Two things I should mention here, because I think the time is, we're like an hour late now, not because you were late or anything, because I bumped on the time, and because I was told that there would be 6 people here. So, you know, the introduction for me was like, okay, we'll do 15 minutes, and it's a bit longer. But that's great. Great that you're here. So I'm just going to mix things up a little bit here. Sender address, I think, is very important also to establish trust. Yeah? You actually write the company's address somewhere down there at the bottom. If you have a person as the sender, okay, you're going to have to stay with me now here. So let's say Michael is the sender on behalf of company so-and-so. It's also a good idea to repeat that person's name at the bottom. This was sent by Michael on behalf of this company living on this address with this telephone number. You following me? Yeah, good. The other thing I wanted to mention, you are all familiar with, by the way, excellent TV programs and movies that you have here in India. Beautiful, yeah? And so while you're watching one Bollywood movie, you probably don't refer to them as that, I would imagine. Do you? You do. You call your movies Bollywood. But I don't call my movies Hollywood. Not that yours aren't mine either, but you know what I'm saying, yeah? They're just movies. So you just call them Bollywood. Fantastic. So you say, hey, want to go watch a Bollywood movie? You don't? You say the name of the movie. But you do say, want to go to the movies, or you say go to the movies, yeah? Okay, all right. I'm just trying to learn. Sorry. Thanks for teaching me. So when you're watching something on TV, you know that sometimes there are these little advertisements that says, hang on, because the next program will be Paris Hilton found a new boyfriend, or whatever, right? See what she was wearing. Did she have clothes on or not, or whatever, right? This is very effective for email marketing as well. And when people are racing down, you remember one of those days where they just had one too many emails, and they're racing down to find the unsubscribe button? That's when you want to consider giving them more information. This says other news, but you can do this stronger. You can say, look forward to the next newsletter where we will bring you these 3 interesting stories, or these 2 offers. You following me, yeah? Because people will actually read that and they will stop up and think, maybe I shouldn't unsubscribe today. Maybe I should just hang around for one more newsletter to see what's coming up next. It makes sense, doesn't it? And it works. It's fantastic. It decreases unsubscribe percentage if that's something you care about. So let me just check the time now, because I think you guys need some tea and coffee, or maybe even stronger stuff. But I couldn't bring in the usual ration of strong stuff. I was caught in customs, so sorry for that. So it's now 3:38. How would you like to have a 10-minute break? Would you like that? Yeah, 10-minute, because the high tea, as you call it, is supposed to be 4:30. But I can see that you need something now. So being realistic, let's do it 10 minutes, and then we'll do the high tea at 4:30. And you can get, yes, absolutely. I think it's allowed. It's allowed, yeah. In Delhi, we were in a place, a very nice place, by the way, where we were apparently in the premium meeting room, where no water, nothing was allowed inside. I'm serious. But so we had to tell people, you have to smuggle the water in. So they took the bottle, and there was a girl sitting with, where's the water police? In the Habitat Center. I'm serious. Yeah. Your email value proposition is what you need to sell the sign-up for your email communication. So it describes the following. It describes what you deliver. It describes why your offering is valuable. And it describes what the benefits are for the person intending to sign up to receive. And we use that primarily in sign-up pages, but also in any other acquisition activity. With other acquisition activities, let's say inbound, how many of you have a call center that receiving inbound calls, or have clients that have? Yeah. So that's a fantastic source of acquiring permissions really, really quickly. But when you do that, you need to script it, right? So that the call center agent knows exactly what to say. And again, emphasize the benefits and then think about shortening it, because call center people, they want to get on to the next call, right? So you don't want to have a half an hour, want to hear about our newsletter, and then half an hour going on. It's got to be very, very short and very concise, and again, focus on the benefits. When you get our newsletter, you will get this and this. Would you like to receive it? And if you have recorded these conversations, you are also really on the safe side. If ever there is a permission legislation, you have the proof, right? Let me add one thing to that. If you're not acquiring, if you're acquiring in other channels, such as call centers, such as salespeople asking potential clients, would you like to receive our newsletter? It's very important that you send a confirmation email immediately or as soon as possible thereafter. And a little bit later, we're going to talk about the welcoming flow. But this is really, really important, because if you remember, we talked about the mind box, getting into people's mind box. And that first communication has to happen quickly so that you establish you have a deal. You told me you sign up, and this is what you're going to get. Let me get back to that. So let me show you an example of a sign-up form. This is an actual sign-up form. What do you think of that? Let me read the text in case you can't see it. The headline is newsletter. The descriptive text, which is, I guess, is including the benefits as well, says the newsletter is free and pretty, and we promise not to spam you. And then you can put in your first name, your last name, and your email, and there's a button that says sign up. Is that good? You think it's very good?
In fact, I want to share something.
Okay.
So in one of the organizations that I previously worked for, when I joined, the newsletter was about personal investments and finance. It used to ask at least 15 different pieces of information from the customer before he signed on.
Yeah.
And we didn't know much with that information anyway. We used to ask him about his media consumption habits.
Yeah.
But if our media agency came and told us that this is the latest data from the resources, we never anyway paid input to that information. So I did have a very difficult time from the team who was managing it because they were so used to getting that information and used to feel very happy about the information that used to get.
Yeah.
But we changed it to absolutely not the copy, but first name, last name, and just the email ID.
Okay.
And I think our sign-ups went up by about 200% or something.
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that. And again, now this is definitely an area we have to test. But we still have to remember what the requirements are for making the content relevant. Would you agree? And if all we know about a person is the first name, the last name, we really don't know a whole lot. But it's better than only to ask for the email address. But that's not what I was looking for right now. It's more or less looking for the whole value proposition. Can we agree that this is pretty pathetic? Yeah, so it failed. Ding, it's failed. It's like X Factor. Should have one of those buzzers. Ding. Here's another one. Am I skipping some slides here? I don't know. Now I know what I'm doing here. Okay, all right. Here's another one. And this may, in fact, be a little bit too much, but I know the result of this one, and they're consistently 35% conversion to sign up, regardless of where the traffic comes from. Even paid traffic, 35%. I'll share the link. It's on michaelleander.com's unupdated website, which is pathetic as well. What we have here is a summary of the content concept at the top, where we explain what people get, right? Then we have something that's very, very important for sign-up pages, because you have to try, again, to understand what are people doing when they come here. What are they looking for? What type of information do they need to make a decision to stay on the page and eventually fill in the form, right? And bullets are beautiful at serving up the benefits, because people know what's in bullets, don't they? When we read bullets, we don't expect to find a telephone number, do we? We expect to find benefits, right? So try to incorporate bullets. And again, because of time, I have to mix a little bit here. So let me say a few more things about this. Bullets are great. When you use bullets, here's a little direct marketing tip for you. Bullets in, what do you call it, combination of 3, 5, 7 work much, much better than bullets in combination of 2, 4, 6. No more than 7 bullets on one page about one topic. After 7 bullets, what you do is you create a new chapter, so to speak, right? So if you have 15 bullets you want to share, you divide them into 2 or 3, what do you call it, paragraphs. Does that make sense? So you have, technically speaking, we are the best because. Financially speaking, we're the best because, right? No more than 7, ideally 5, I would say. This has to do only with how the eye scans information, right? Secondly, let's say we have 5 bullets, and let's say we were able to prioritize the benefits from 1 to 5, 1 being the most important benefit and 5 being the 5th most important benefit. How would you then order these 5 in 5 bullets? Where would the most important benefit go? You put number 2. You would put it in the middle? On top? Or the last. Okay, that's interesting. I never had that before, as they say. You know, number 1 is probably the most correct answer. So you put the most important at the top, because that is very likely the line the eye will meet first and actually read. Where do you put the second most important? Second. So far, so good. So no complications there. But you guys over here, you sort of smelled the coffee, didn't you? You knew there was something catchy going on here, and that was very smart. Because the third most important you do not put in the middle, you put it as number 5. The reason is because how we read. So the eye, especially if we're scanning, we will see 1, 2, skip 3, 4, go down to 5, and if it's still interesting, go back up. Does that make sense? Don't believe what I'm saying. Test it for yourself. I have been part of testing this so many times, it's pathetic, because it's so much fun to prove people wrong. It actually works. Again, it's just human nature. I didn't make it up because I didn't create people. Or the way people, they react. You know, this is just human nature. So think about that the next time you are discussing with somebody who will claim that if it's from 1 to 5, you take number 1 as number 1, and number 2 as number 2, and number 5 as number 5. Then fight for it and say, let's at least test that we put the third most important as number 5.
I've been reading this book, Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow, by Daniel. He's a Nobel laureate here. He actually says how people read.
Yeah.
And how they parse information, and why they, why did I choose a blue shirt and you choose a pink shirt?
I don't know. Why did I?
He walks you through it.
Okay.
How a decision making works on that process.
Okay.
It's something everyone should read.
So it's called
Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. It's the #1 selling book in New York Times, right?
Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. Thank you so much for that tip, because that's very interesting. Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. And it's not 2 books. It's only 1, right?
I think it's Daniel Ackerman's. He's a Nobel laureate in economics. This is supposed to be the second best book on decision behavior after Sigmund Freud.
Wow. Good stuff. I'll try to find the link as well, or if you could find it, send to share it with everyone on Amazon or wherever you buy your books. Let me say one more thing about the bullets. It matters which color the bullet is. It matters whether it's a round or any other shape. Yeah, you got to test that. But what we know about symbols like that is that round is the safe bet, because round is open. It's flexible. Whereas boxes of any shape, whether rectangle or square, are a little bit more set. Does that make sense? Not as open. This is psychology. I'm no psychology expert, but these are things we can study to understand how humans react to different things. But again, test it. Arrows also, personally, I love arrows. I can't say that I can remember a test where we've tested arrows versus anything else, but I have an idea that arrows work very well because they sort of point the eye. It gives direction in a better way than what we're looking at here. So very good point as well. So test these things out. And remember, if you're working with designers, you have to take charge. You have to brief them. And don't for a moment let your designer decide for you how the structure goes, because likely is she or he doesn't know. He or she is focused on how good it looks in a visual way. And very often how things look visually has nothing to do with how well they perform in a direct marketing context, or digital marketing or email marketing context. So one more thing I want to share about this particular example is the image that you see to the left. This is proof that this exists, right? It gives people an idea of what they're going to receive. And you can discuss whether it looks good or not. It's not really the point. The fact is people get an idea of the product they get. It's a very good idea to include an image of a newsletter. What's also a very good idea is to have a link to the latest. You call it the latest newsletter or a sample of our newsletter. But remember, if you have a link on the sign-up page, that this link must open in a new window, right? You following me? We want to be sure when they close that window, they come back immediately to the sign-up page, okay? Good. Yes. No, I think if we are looking at landing pages, for example, I think I would use it's called something else now. What's it called? Google Website Optimizer, for example. Yeah, that's what it's called now. But it's just one, that happens to be free and very easy to use. So you build your control, so this could be the control. Then you make a copy of that and make the changes. So that would be your test version A. And then if you wanted more test versions, you do that. And then again, like we talked about with the A-B split, I didn't actually say it was A-B split, but that's what we were talking about before about sending out email for testing subject lines. It's the same principle. Okay. Yes, I would change the order. Yeah, and the conversion rate. Yes, yes, of course. So. Correct. Okay, now I get it. Yes, you test if putting it up this way generates more sign-ups than the test version, for example. Yes, absolutely. But as we were just talking about outside, where it's not raining, by the way, was that there are many, many ways nowadays that you can actually get information to understand what people do on a page. Like there's a live click video, what is it called? Live click stream measurement, where what you essentially do is for every single visitor that arrives on the page, you actually videotape that session. So you can replay that to understand how the mouse movement is. Isn't that cool? Very time consuming, but if that particular page is important to you and you really need to optimize conversion, then maybe it's actually worth your time. Because remember, in India, traffic is very expensive. I say that because you're still what we call a CPM country. What that means is that advertisers pay for impressions for local media, whereas Europe and the United States have moved on, where the more predominant is you pay per click, like you do for Google AdWords, for example, right? So you really have to make sure that you optimize those pages to convert maximum, right? When you're spending big dollars, excuse me, rupees. That's the currency, right? Rupees, yeah. I was going to say something else. So allow me to move on a little bit. So we'll talk a little bit more about the form, the actual, what you mentioned before in a little while, but I want to move to another point now. And do you remember I said how important that first interaction is? That's always very important, but it's an opportunity. Let me explain. I call it the welcome flow, I think. There's the slide, yeah. So the welcome flow is many things. Now it can be a sequence of emails where you communicate special things to new subscribers, or it can just be the first welcoming email. As a very minimum, next week you should all make sure that you have the most fantastic welcome email you could possibly create. Let me explain and show you some examples. You see, what happens is at the time somebody signs up, that's the top of the curve there, psychologically people are open like crazy. Because they have just spent time filling in a form, they're open to anything you want to tell them. Does that make sense? So we got to leverage that opportunity. Most don't. The confirmation emails that you would receive is typically something like, you are now subscribed. You will hear from us. Typically without any name or anything like that. Typically in text. Am I correct? Many are like that. Hopeless. We don't want to make that mistake. What we want to do is make sure that first contact is a positive one, because as we all know, first impressions last, right? Unfortunately for some of us, you know, and fortunately for others. So we gotta be sure we've created this fantastic content concept. We're serving it up with our value proposition. It looks good, it feels good. Now the first actual email they get from us, we gotta be sure that that's compelling and that it confirms the value of what they're going to get from our relationship. So here's a good example from the travel industry. Thomson.co.uk have this particular welcome email, right? And let me just spend a few moments here. Look at the right-hand side of the email. There's a mistake because there's only 4 bullets, but I've told them that. You'll receive, they're summarizing why it's advantageous to receive this newsletter. Do you see what they're doing? They're playing with the mind box. They're trying to make sure that people remember when they receive the next newsletter, that's the newsletter where I might be able to find a good offer. I might be able to get this. I might be able to get that. They're personalizing and they are pushing profile update. You see that here? Update your details. Now that requires a system, okay? And many email marketing systems can't handle this, unfortunately. And if you have the combination of CRM and ESP, as they're called, email service providers, then there's a bit of an IT job to get this done. but it's not rocket science. All right? It just needs to get done. So when they click there, they come to a page, they see the details they've already given you, and then they complete the profile or add whatever information. I'm not going to get into progressive profiling now, which is like a little bit more advanced, but that's eventually where the market is going, that we progressively get more and more information about profiles. And then we have 3 relatively good call to actions where this one might be the best. Late deals, act now, kind of time-limited offers. Some of the clients I work with, they work their butts off to find the most compelling first-time offers. Yeah? So if we take the fashion industry, for example, for women, they find special products that they know will last for 12 months in stock, and then they promise them a 50% discount if they go to the shop within 1 week and buy this particular product. Now, it's not to make money. It's just to extend that whole experience. And we also know if women come in, even with their own card or money in a shop, with the intention to save 50% on only that one piece, it's very difficult for her not to leave with a few other things that she's sort of, they go well with it, yeah? Even without the salesperson pressing. The same could happen to a man, but more likely if the salesperson was pressing and making him look like an idiot if he didn't buy the tie and the matching shirt and so on. So think about this. It's all about that engagement, and this engagement is about reaffirming what has been agreed, but also getting your messages into the mind box of this particular person. This is okay, yeah? So I'll try to show you, I think I have 1 or 2 examples. Here's one from Levi, as they say in France. We call them Levi's, I think. You're initiated, so this is sort of the club concept that can work. Not necessarily a loyalty club, but you sort of create an e-club, email club kind of thing. And again, they are clearly communicating what you can expect now that you are subscribed, plus they have clear call to actions, which are go to the website to shop kids or men's or women or whatever it is that that person may want. Now, this one can definitely be improved. This is, in fact, one in a series of tests. Now, it depends on if you control point of sale. Do you follow me? If you're in retail, if you can control point of sale, you can control the offers. If you can't, then you have to sort of go broader. You know, you can't be as compelling in your offer. Some clients I've worked with in the past, they have used promotional, what do you call these items? You know, like caps and T-shirts and that type of thing. And yeah, and then allowed people by, some of them said you have to pay the postage, but then you get the free T-shirt. And again, it's a time-limited offer. People know you subscribe to the newsletter on today is the 1st of August, yeah? You subscribe to the newsletter on the 1st of August. You have until the 7th of August to redeem, right? Again, it's about the activation. And if people like a brand, I'm still surprised about the fact that people actually pay money to carry around other people's promotion on their clothes. I do it myself. But anyways, here's another example where you notice now it's primarily text. And I think the reason I wanted to show this one, yes, it is what you see here, that we confirmed what the information that they put into the form when they signed up. They said they want the newsletter weekly, the language preference is English, and their favorite marketing topic is branding. And then here we have get your top 3 articles, which was referred to in the sign-up form that you saw before. More than 80% click on one or more of these links. Okay? More than 80%. I'd say that's a pretty good engagement. But it also goes to prove that people actually read what you promised them, doesn't it? Because I think what essentially happens here is somebody says, I want those top 3 articles, and apparently I have to sign up to the newsletter. They sign up, and then they immediately, when they get, which is seconds later, they get the confirmation, they interact to get these stories. So I'm sure you could think of many, many different ways how you could interact with your audience in this welcome email to make it the start of a good relationship with these new subscribers. Yeah.
In your experience, are there anything that you examples you can share with us for the financial services industry? Because the feeling that we have in India is that the current what is it that they would like to hear in newsletters? Because we are finding less and less open rates for newsletters, less and less people wanting to sign up for these.
Yeah.
And also, it's not very possible for us, given the regulatory environment, to have offers for them.
Yeah.
So what's your experience there?
My experience is that, first of all, that's the banks and financial services industry's excuse number one for not do anything but sit around and, I almost said jerk off, but I didn't want to say that. No, they're busy in meetings, right? But my experience is that if you want to shy away from concrete offers, what people react to is educational information. So I've been part of building portals for several of the very large in the financial services industry, where we just try to engage with people by sharing advice, and then we coupled that with fun stuff, okay? And we had, I remember, especially GE Money Bank, that was an enormous success. We created a portal, a pink portal for women and a blue portal for men. That was actually a joke in the proposal that my company made to them that they just loved so much. And then we shared funny stories, like the top 10 things women need to know, need the information, the top 10 information pieces women need to have to know how to receive their husband after he comes home from work. And of course, it was completely hilarious, like what the woman had to do. And we had a similar one for men, and so on and so forth. And so we would include the promotional offers in very subtle links, you know, at the bottom of every article, and so on, and increased response dramatically. But it's a longer-term commitment, where you have to go away from the sex on the first date to say, excuse me, but I'm not saying that you would, but
Essentially, I think what I gather from that is that the content needing to be related to your campaign.
no, it doesn't. It needs to relate to the lifestyle. It does. I was skeptical to this because I'm like, it's financial service, so let's talk money. But reality is that you are actually fighting for people's time. And you're fighting to gain trust. And if you can stir an emotion, you know you will have an advantage when they actually need to apply for a loan, for example, or whatever the product may be. And so it worked very well. Other than that, it's the typical...
And the brand that you mentioned, did it have like a style element of fun in its brand personality?
It always did, yeah. Well, at least in Scandinavia, there is GE Money Bank. So it's, but it's still very serious, anything that has to do with financial services, isn't it? Yeah. But again, the target audience for these are short loans. So typically loans you pay back in like 12 months, but very high interest rates. So obviously, typically the target audience is also an audience that can relate to the fun stuff. And actually like, I don't know, of course, about India, but I know in Scandinavia, they like the bankers to show themselves as humans. That was before the crisis. Now I think people just want them to die. You know, but that's also human, I suppose.
That's how we need to develop a sense of humor.
Yeah, exactly.
Suppose we could also tie it into, for example, say things like how to save time when you go out partying, and then
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I think it's about being creative, and I think it's also about daring to go new ways, yeah. And also have a position where you created an okayness of failure, yeah. Because some of these things don't work, you know.
That's a difficult part.
Yeah.
That requires internal buy-in.
Yeah, it does, yeah. And, but I completely understand that, as I was a corporate marketer person thing, CEO guy, you know, for many years, so I completely understand that is an issue. On the other hand, if we look at some of the most successful companies in the recent 10 years, 15 years, they have been those that dared to sort of put it all on the line, right? Look at somebody like Tony Hernandez with Air Asia.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy, you know.
No, even in
Yeah.
the financial services space.
Yeah, there's some.
Progressive and
Yeah.
hope, if you look at these companies,
Yeah.
kind of work with that.
Let me move on to something that relates to the welcoming program, but it could also live its own life. That's sequential autoresponder programs. Anyone familiar with that? I would say, especially for those of you who are in the B2B space, this is quite relevant. Or if you're selling complex products and you want to educate after purchase, people in how to use that product. So essentially what it is that every so and so many days, people get a new email. That's all it is. And again, for those of you in the marketing industry, vendors in the marketing industry, it's a great way to actually educate potential clients as well. You know, so if clients don't know much about the services that your industry offers, then you give them the white paper or whatever, and then allow them to get 19 tips you absolutely must know about so and so. And then they don't get them all at once, they get them every 2 days or every 1 week, et cetera, et cetera. What's true about this is that the results depend a lot on the quality of the content. It's also true that typically if you have a sequence, let's say with 17 steps, you're going to have much, much better response in the first half than you will in the second half. Right? It's quite strange, but it's very difficult actually to keep people's attention span the same over a longer period of time. Here's another example of this, but now we've combined the welcome email with a sequential autoresponder program. So there's the welcome email, as you can see, a warm welcome. And a few days later, there's a time-limited offer in a specific email. Okay, so this says, because you're new, here's a great offer, but you have to act by a certain date. And then the last part here is to anyone who didn't act, we extend the offer. And I think some of you have mentioned this tactic being put in place earlier, but it is a fantastic tactic. Because a lot of people didn't see the first email, did they? If you believe what I told you earlier this morning. It's like they didn't even know they got it. So why not remind them? What is smart, however, because I have had clients in the past who consistently extends offers over and over and over and over again, but they do something that's smart. They change the layout once in a while, so it looks completely different, but in fact it's the same offer. Or as a minimum, they change the images or the colors. Okay? So when you choose an email marketing service provider, you got to be sure that it's relatively easy for you to implement new templates. Many of the older ones, it was like very costly to get just one template implement, right? It's like an old style CMS system. So you got to make sure that this is easy and inexpensive for you to do. Okay. You mean this one? Yeah.
If you look at all the three, they're saying, hello, Michael Leander.
Yeah.
My question is first name, last name, surname. What is the accent now?
Excellent question. Thank you for asking that. I'm an idiot. I should have mentioned this earlier. No, I shouldn't, because I have some other slides where it's in. Now, I can't tell you what is better in India. I can tell you in Scandinavia, if somebody calls me Michael Leander, I know for sure it's somebody trying to sell me something. Yeah. If somebody called me Mr. Leander, I would probably write back and say, screw you. You know, pretentious smuck, right? Because that's not the kind of person I am, and that's not our culture. But in Germany, if you write, hello, Michael, and it's not your best friend, you have a problem. Because there you would write, hello, doctor, and then the full name, or doctor, and then just the surname, right? Or Mr. or Miss. Mrs. is the same in the German language. And in fact, there are several places in Europe where the titles are incredibly important. In fact, some people will see it as an insult. And it's not just a doctor. If they have doctor and then Lies, Uish, or whatever they call it, and so on, as well, you got to include that. So it gets very complex, and it's a very good question. So what do we do if we don't know? Well, I got two input I'd like to share. One is you don't use the name as a, what do you call it, as part of the salutation. You may use it elsewhere, but not as part of the salutation. The other one is when people sign up. You have first name and last name or surname, however you want to write it, but then you also write, what's your nickname? If we may call you by your nickname, what's your nickname? You use nicknames here, don't you? Yeah, so like some people do the mistake of calling me Mike. That would be my nickname, yeah? And I hate that, by the way, because I'm Michael, not Mike. Mike is what I'm speaking in here. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, you know what I'm saying? And people actually do that. They're quite happy to write, yeah, but my name is Catherine, but my nickname is Cat. Okay? I think that's the only way to do it. But it's a very brilliant question that you asked, and it's actually very significant to get that part right. Yeah. 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 And I can understand it because this is complex. Okay, let's face it, in a database and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah. 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 Yeah, exactly.
Another question not related to this, but when you get a mail from a company, many times you want to reply back to the mail.
Yeah.
99% of the time the mail goes nowhere.
Yeah, and that's a mistake.
That's standard, especially for banks, etc.
No, come on. This is not, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. It's one of my... But this can be handled. This is like, because nobody bothered to check if this changed since 15 years ago, you know, where you sort of have to decide on one sender address. So nowadays, you can not only just send from the reply address, so that is rooted into some sort of system. The smarter setups, and many of them are created here in India actually, they will route that reply to the appropriate agent.
Or instead of saying reply to this email, you can actually program it to go back to a certain email.
Exactly, yeah, but that's a very good point. And let me also emphasize that. Don't accept that. No, and there's some there like spending, you know, a lot of space at the top of the email say, you cannot reply to this email. It's like, in your face, buddy, right? So, but thanks for bringing that up, both of you. That was very relevant indeed. So we were talking about this flow. So think about how you can put that to use as well. So here's the scenario. We are supposed to have a break now, but if you're okay with just continuing for about 15, 20 minutes, and just go ahead and just get up and get some coffee if you want now, and then I'll just continue. Then we'll have a 5-7 minute break before we then close at approximately 6 o'clock. Okay, so you can just get up and get your coffee whenever you like. Send you the slides so you get them quicker. Here's what you can do. You can see where it says presented by Michael Leander. There's an email address. That's my email address. And I will reply. And that is leander@michaelleander.com. And all you have to do is just send me an email, and I will make sure you get the slides, a link to the slides, tomorrow. That's a promise. And the other follow-up material that I promised you, being realistic, you're going to receive it in the middle of next week. Yeah, because the program is a little bit pressed over the next days. And by the way, if anyone would like to see the pictures that I'm going to put up on Facebook, you can also find me on Facebook. I believe there are two profiles. There's like a private me, and then there's the other me. But we are still the same, you know. But it's so you can just search for Michael Leander. I'm sure you'll find it. Or LinkedIn. I'm always happy to stay connected on LinkedIn. Let me see what else. There's dating.com. No, I guess that wasn't appropriate. No. So while we are doing what we're doing, let's just continue a little bit. And let's do a little IQ test here. So the IQ test has been done in, I think, more than 25 countries now. So I will benchmark you against people from many other countries. And the question you have to answer is, which reads the most words per minute? Is it the eye or the ear? Hold on, think about it. Which reads the most words per minute? The eye or the ear? So who thinks it's the eye? Okay, that seems to be like 40%. Who thinks it's the other one? Oh, and who's not old enough to vote? I don't believe that. Okay, interesting. And I can tell you that the distribution was more or less like it is everywhere. Yeah, so it's about 40-60, 40% to the eyes. You want to see the result? There you go. So congratulations to those who got it right. And to those who didn't get it right, I can tell you when I saw this study the first time, I got it wrong as well, if that's any reconciliation. So the takeaway for all of the processes, all of the touch points that we have with consumers and business buyers here are what? That we are living in which economy? The picture economy. You are exactly right. That's the one, the picture economy. And that's a bit of a challenge for email marketing. Would you agree? Why is it a challenge? And in terms of exactly that pictures are not rendered by default. Well, some are, yeah, but the percentage of recipients where images are shown immediately when they open that email is relatively low. But it doesn't mean it doesn't have impact for you, because do you remember we spoke about mobile earlier? And that you have to ensure that your emails opened on mobile devices or tablets, they render properly. So for those recipients, which would be a growing percentage, it actually does have significant impact. So now you are faced with a decision, aren't you? And the decision is really you have to optimize for all devices, all platforms, right? Because in mobile and in social I can say the same. It is so much a picture economy, it's actually pathetic. That people won't read, they will react to images, and if you attend the Social Media Marketing Masterclass on the 4th, I'll tell you more about this topic, okay? But thank you for participating in that little survey there. So let me try to give you some hints into different areas of email marketing. I'm forced to do that because of time. Yes, I'm not going to go through the whole acquisition part. I'm not going to go through the whole, I forgot what the other thing was. I'm just going to try to summarize in this slide. But just feel free to ask questions as you've been doing and give comments as well. So some of the focus area, the first thing is focus is very essential for email marketing. And we talked about already so many different areas that you need to master for email marketing, right? And needless to say, you can't focus on everything at once. You need to sort of divide your focus up to one period you focus here and another period you focus there. But some of the areas you could consider to focus on immediately that is very likely to give you better results are making sure that your content match your target audience. We've been speaking a lot about that today. The desktop rendering, we have just spoken about that. Mobile and tablet rendering, we have just spoken about that. Timing. What about timing in India? What time of day, and are there days that are better than others? Okay, for consumers, yeah? Yeah. So you said Tuesday and Wednesday?
Tuesday okay, but Wednesday, Thursday is the ideal.
Wednesday and Thursday for consumers, ideal days. And what time of the day have you experienced this best? 2 to 4? 8 to 10? 2 to 4? Ah, you eat at 2? Okay. Thanks. Okay, great. That explains why we had it at 1:30. Yeah, I just wasn't thinking. Okay, that's very useful. So, any experience in B2B? Anyone? Let me ask you a question, B2B. Think about yourself. Yeah, sorry.
Normally, first thing in the morning is so if it hits him at 8:30 in the morning, when he's just opening his inbox and it's the first mail or something,
Yeah.
he normally reads it.
Yeah, and that works in many countries, actually. What about Sundays?
He reads it on Sunday. He reads it on Sunday.
Yeah.
Our experience on social media, he responds to you better on the weekends, whereas to a mailer, he responds to you better on the weekends.
Interesting, isn't it? So,
I also think
Sundays work very well because we do a lot of analyst outreach to industry analysts like the Gartners and the Forresters through email marketing. And these analysts are online almost every day of the week because they deal with so many time zones, so many cultures.
yeah.
So for them, Sunday works the best. So we do an analyst outreach on Sunday.
Pardon? Okay, on Thursday and Friday. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. If anyone has any more information pertaining to numbers and Indian relationship, you're quite welcome to use the email address leander@michaelleander.com. And you can also text me ads to provide that information. The other focus area could be a clean database of... Don't be sorry. Yes. I think the way it works is that you design for all the different clients on the desktop, which would be Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, etc. And then you design for your mobile smartphone devices and your tablets. And then, no, it depends on your email marketing system, but the modern ones would be able to detect which device you're on when you open. So that means they default, for example, send the email version, but when they detect you're opening on an iPhone, for example, they will give you that version. Yeah. And that version, of course, and it's actually surprising. Okay, I can't show you what's on my iPhone here. I could, but it's not that there's, it's not like that. But you wouldn't be able to see it. Yeah, I saw what you were thinking there, yeah? Oh, okay. But I think especially for the smartphones, it's very, very important to find a good format. And I'll give you some instructions or some inspirations on how to do that later. But that's ideal. If you don't have a system that can handle that, then obviously you use the view on mobile, view on desktop at the top, for example. Right. Clean database of subscribers. In other words, identify inactive audience and find a way to revive them. We talked about cleaning up bounces as well, and making sure that your profiling match your targeting requirements. Okay? Let me give you a little bit more information about this, this part. You see, in almost every single email permission database, the numbers will be more or less like what you see here. You have a very small group of people who are always active. By always, we don't necessarily mean every single time, but they're very, very frequently active, clicking on what you send them. But you have a large group of people, 40 to 60%, who are never active. Yet, remember we talked about quality versus quantity earlier. Yet, companies continue to think they're actually reaching 150,000 people, when in reality, they haven't been reaching 150,000 people for a very long time. Because 40 to 60% of them gave up a long time ago. So let's make that a 50% and say that means 75,000 people that particular company thinks they reach every time they send an email, they actually don't reach because they're gone. They're not receptive at all to the communication that they send out. So the first thing you want to do, I think I have some number examples here. The first thing you want to do is identify, right? Here's an example of such a job, where the job was to find out who never opened, never clicked, never bought, and so on. So you see, let's just do the never open. No, let's do the never click, because it's the most reliable one. Never open, as we talked about before, is only somewhat reliable. Never click is not. So in the last 6 months, 144,000 subscribers, which was 48% of the list total, did not click one single time. So can we agree that they are inactive? Yeah. Can we then agree we need to find out what we can do to revive those people? And that's what that exercise is all about. So talk to the people who know and tell them to give you the list. Yeah, I want everybody who didn't open for so and so long, everybody who didn't click, I want everybody who clicked a lot, and then put them into some little groups. And then figure out, what do I communicate now? You've probably seen that the trend now is actually that companies are sending out emails saying, Michael, you've subscribed to our newsletter for 5 years, but we noticed we haven't heard from you in 6 months. If you want to continue to receive information from us, you have to click here. If we don't hear from you, you will no longer hear from us, kind of thing. The reason is because the scoring, remember we talked about the delivery, it has impact on the scoring, the sender score that they get, and the reputation score as well. So it's actually very important to do this exercise. But wouldn't you agree it's actually also more realistic if you know that this group you're sending to are those that normally actually react, right? So you get a better, clearer, and more realistic picture in terms of your measurement numbers and so on. I can strongly recommend to look into this, and I can hear that many of you have a lot of experience, so I don't think it's hard for you to set up an activity. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. I have a case. I'm told we love case stories in India, right? No, maybe. Yeah. Oh, okay. And I hate case studies for my job. I like to listen to them, but I'm a little bit anti-case studies because it tends to not let people think about what's behind the actual case studies. I prefer the other way around, giving the top-down information and then fill a few case studies in there. So here's an example of what I just talked about. It's an actual real email. Oh, sorry. This is the subject line, as you can see, to me. Do you really want to miss out on more miles? That's a pretty good subject line, right? For a frequent flyer like me. Are you kidding me? I don't want to miss out on a single mile. So I'm going to read, and then it says, because I haven't interacted with Lufthansa's Miles & More for a while, I have to confirm that I want to continue getting their stuff. And when I do that, they take me to this brilliant permission page where they take the opportunity. I think this was after I filled it in. Of course, I had already checkmarked email, but then they took the opportunity to also get my permission to send me direct mail or huge postal mail. Fine. Because consumers did not give permission. They gave permission to store the data in one place, so it's very, very restrictive over there. But also think about how you acquire to more channels in that same process. Think about how this flow works. Are you following me? So if you have a client or yourself who have multiple products or services, then decide how the flow should be. If you can handle getting your primary permission first, and then when people submit the information, you take them to a new page where you offer more, that's usually a better way of doing it, rather than confusing people by putting up too many different things on the initial page. When we talk about acquisition, you of course have to put some money into what you want to pay for acquisition, right? And needless to say, the more information you ask for, the more expensive a permission will be, right? Right? Yeah, you guys are difficult, I have to say. When you decide what information you want from people, you have to understand this, that data input from customers is 70 to 90% accurate. let's face it, people lie a lot when they're sitting behind their computer screen. How old are you? No, I don't fit into that bracket. I'm 36. No, I'm going to do 29. And I'll be 36 in 7 years or 6 years or whatever, right? So the email tracking behavior is 50 to 90% accurate in the sense that it's accurate what's being tracked, but if a click actually indicates that somebody is interested in something, is 50 to 90% reliable. Does that make sense? Yeah. And of course, your transactions are 99% trustworthy, right? The 1% is system failures and stuff like that. So when you're building profile, think about this. I'm not going to go through all of these and just take the slides as inspiration to building a profile. So these are examples from my B2B profile or my B2C profile, right? Different types of information that may be relevant to know about me depending on what you want to sell me. Again, I have to skip this one. Here's an example of how you can profile. This is from Grundfos, which is the world's largest pump manufacturer. Of course, that's a very, very exciting area, right? Pumps, yeah, yummy. And the difficult target audience as well. So when their permission marketing was launched, and I helped them do that some years ago, they were very, very keen on understanding their audience because they knew they were a very complex audience of engineers. And so you see what they asked here, right? They said, which areas do you work in? But not the typical click here, click here, click here. No. They said, how often do you work in this area? So for example, for wastewater pumps, people could indicate, are they working in that space frequently, occasionally, or never? Do you see how that gives a better profile of somebody, that they don't rule somebody out just because that person only works with that 5% of the time? And below you see what type of information they want and how interested they are to receive each piece of information. You see how valuable this is, yeah? And all that is required is a questionnaire, an online questionnaire, or a form to get this information from people. So let me just skip to another part as we are coming close to the end to find something that I think you may find a little bit interesting. Not much, but just a little bit. Yes. Hey. Oh, that's strange. I'm using a Microsoft product here, so I'm going to have to excuse myself for the bugs. Yes. So let me just give you a little bit of information when you try to acquire new subscribers and you're spending money on media. And let me just, hold on. Where is the mouse? The mouse. Do you see the mouse up there? There it is. Let me just click here. And I'm going to take you to, it's going to take you to a portal. And, hold on. I'm so sorry. I have to do a change in the PowerPoint here. Just a second. Yeah. So I'm going to mouse over here. do you think of that?
It's not in an email, right?
No, this is hold on, he's going to continue. He's a maniac. No, this is a banner advertisement. But that's very often where it starts when you run acquisition campaigns, right? So this one in particular worked with the media to create a special format. And seeing this in a Direct Marketing Awards show in South Africa, where I was one of the judges, I was like blown away. And the click-through rate was enormous for this one. No wonder why, right? And people probably would send it to others, say, have a look at this, it's pretty cool. But here's where the fun stops. Because the next thing that happens after you click is you come to this page. What do you think about that? Can we just agree it's very, very bad? It is completely not really related. Well, it is in a way because the characters that you saw on the left side of the portal, the band, you have two of them over here. Yeah, but that's the only thing that you recognize. So what happens here is you've spent, and it happens all the time, I have to be honest with you, spend an enormous amount of money in creative, right? And media to get traffic that sort of comes to the door, not goes in the door, comes to the door, and it just stands there and don't know what to do. To add insult to injury, the way this works is you had to mouse over each of those 9 to understand what would happen next. Yeah, like, I'll book a half an hour to play around with that. Don't you worry about that. I have plenty of time. Of course not. No, when people are confused, they exit. They bounce very, very quickly. So you have to think the whole scenario through. Doing that, here's an example from Facebook advertisement. And I think some of you will be trying to acquire permissions through Facebook advertisement, for example. And this happens to be a campaign I know everything about. You see 3 components, right? There's a headline, there's an image. Inside the image, there's a picture of a guy, which happens to be me. There's a logo, right, and a signature, and then we have the descriptive text to the right. So how do we want this to play out in a landing page? Exactly like this. This is a very, very highly performing campaign every time it runs. There may be slight variations, it may be with video or without video. The reason is quite simple, not because anybody who did this are like world champs in conversion optimization, but we are just using what we know, and that is the first thing people do when they come to a page after the click is make sure they're in the right place. It's a little bit like entering a building, isn't it? You just, check, okay, yeah, I'm in the right place, so I can continue now, right? And the same applies here. You see, when people come to your landing page to sign up to the newsletter, they will be looking to see, am I in the right place? And this example shows the image of that, we won't mention his name, that guy. They find the logo all over there. You see the color combination here. It's sort of more or less the same, so people from that alone could assume that they're in the right place. So do try to remember that. You don't waste the media spend on, let's just call them bad conversion pages, whether they're landing pages or pages on your website. Make sure that you optimize the whole flow, because that's where the value is. Yes, I think because of the time, I just want to do one last thing. In fact, I'm going to summarize a little bit, and then I thought I would read you a poem. How about that? Would you like me to read you a poem? It's not like a goodnight poem. It's a different kind of poem. So let me just find it here. Strange things are happening here. That's why. So before I read the poem about email marketing, I just want to, first of all, thank you for coming here today and for contributing as much as you have. All of you have given a tremendous input and shared your experiences, and I hope that you will in the follow-up as well. If you suddenly think about something that you would like to share with others, please do, and you can use me as the point of coordination. And I'm quite happy to make an effort to make sure that what we talked about today really gets used over the coming weeks and months. Because in reality, that's what it's all about. We really only learn when we put things into practice. And then we'll understand whether some of the things we talked about would apply to your situation or not at this point in time. And so we'll also send the invitation to the web seminar. If you can't make it on the date, don't worry. You will have access to the recording like a week after the web seminar takes place. If there anything in particular you would like me to try to cover during the web seminar, just use that email, leander@michaelleander.com, or you can send a text message too, right? Just send me a message. And also, if there are things you had expected to get answers to here today and you can't wait until the web seminar, you're quite welcome to just send me an email with your questions. And I'll also be willing to do a short Skype call or something like that with anyone for free, as long as we're not talking hours and hours and hours of work, because then I would have to ask about to get my normal fee of $1 per hour. Okay, 50 cents. Yes. The book, we'll try to share the link to the book that was mentioned as well. And now let me read the poem. The poem. So it was inspired, you probably know If, the poem by Rudyard Kipling. Yeah, so it's inspired a little bit and trying to relate it to email marketing. But because of my advanced Alzheimer's, I can't recite it from memory yet. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on spam, if you can build trust when many would doubt you, but account for that doubt when you plan, if you can wait and keep frequency down when your boss is demanding more mails, be patient until the message you found keeps readers happy and generates sales. If you can design but not make design your master, not doubt your code for mobile and desktop, if you can meet Outlook without a disaster and render just fine on iPhone and laptop, if you can bear to see the words you've spoken eaten by firewalls and spam filters and tools, or watch the images you sent out broken, disabled by user and the ISP rules. If you can make one experience of all that you send, test and learn from every report. If you can focus on value, not following trends, yet start all over if it all comes to naught. If you can force heart and nerve and sinew to serve your readers when others cry sell, keep their interest with all that you do, and build out loyalty with the story you tell. If you can talk with crowds and hold their attention, yet speak to each reader one by one. If you can wow and impress with creative invention and count every open, however that is done. If you can engage the unforgiving reader, win the click and what comes after, then yours are the awards of an industry leader. And what's more, you'll be a permission marketer. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
There's a one slide which I need to put up. Just have a look at it.
Michael, what time is the webinar web presentation be? India Standard Time or?
Yeah, there's a complete schedule on the net. Okay, sorry.
No. Do you have to show something?
Yeah.
Go ahead, yeah. No, I will, so, you know, like 7 a.m. if I'm in Europe, so 7 a.m. for me is 10:30 for you. Yeah. Yeah. No, I try to target you. It's just, I don't mind getting up at 4 a.m. to do it at that time, but it's just, I would prefer if it was around 7 a.m. I've had eight cups of coffee and some cigarettes by then, yeah. 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 So I expect 3 to 4 weeks, as I said, because I don't want to do it while I'm traveling in those countries where I can't be sure about the internet connections. I've done that too many times with bad luck. So, yeah. Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, so around 10:30ish would be okay, yeah? Yeah, so you have had time to get to the office and yeah, excellent. So bless you. Is it because it's cold in here or? Yeah, that's I feel that as well, actually. Okay. How many times can I vote? Okay, that's cool. So I think what you're saying is you're asking people to give opinion about what you thought about today. Yeah. And I'm just gonna